got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine,
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert,
Oh, I saw these two eyes. Yeah, I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen,
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we grow old with me. When we grow old, we grow old with me. As people dance from your window, if you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And it's all when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. So sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun.
Oh shit, porcupines! It's Saturday. Coming up today on Building a Nation, we have the Champions League knockout second round against Juventus. After that weird and mystical match, can we do them in the second leg? There are still Irish sides available in Europe, and Sligo, somehow, against all the odds, have not buggered it up to the degree that we thought they might have done. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United. And we're dancing! And coffee's arrived. Don't step too close. The coffee will go everywhere. Coffee's here. Pog's here. Coffee's here. All of the above. That was a solid one. That was solid. I'll take. That was some very intense dancing. I've hurt myself. Hello. Pain has been felt. Slugs, thank you so much for the 17 months during the intro. I'm Jack and Tobago. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Welcome in. And I've got coffee now. So the day just gets better and better. Oh, hello. What's that? Otto! Thank you very much for the 4 months. How are you, friend? Oh.
Salutations.
Salutations to you, mon ami. You right, Pog? Are you flexing the fact that your teeth is not on your chips?
Yeah.
Bagpuss! My favourite fictional cat.
Check
Thank you for
out
the
the
3
new
months.
Forest Yellow
30
Blue
months.
Whale kit. Wow. Time to crack on with the diet so I don't need to order on XXXL.
Get me a link. I want to see it. I want to see it in faces. Nugget, thank you very much for the 11 months as well. All the resubs. And we're on a harp train. You'd love to see it. Oh, the newborn fighter versus the old lady. Yeah, we tried to slap around the old lady and you all saw how that one went. Blew it with the round instead of leg. Did I though? Probably. Honestly, I wasn't really. I don't listen to the things I say. That's your job. Mario Balotelli out of Ronaldo. That's a terrible rating. How dare you? Although it would imply that there was a lot of flair involved. Oh, it's on the homepage. Right, okay. Puts coffee down very gently. Let's see what we got. I think we looked at the Norwich away kit a couple of streams ago, did we not? It sure do be yellow. Do they have a sponsor? Or is this just like because they haven't got us like a kit sponsor sorted out yet, so they're just showing the kit off? If you were on the motorway in this, you're not getting hit by a truck.
One
Put it that way.
BLZ.
What? Barry McCackenier? I'm so sorry I've butchered your name there. Thank you so much for the 3 months. That's very, very kind of you. Are they now Norwich Forest? It's not though because it's got the blue. I'll link to the Norwich one. Is this the Norwich one? Oh, yeah. I remember us looking at this one and me going, yes. I like clean kits, particularly with silhouetted logos and sponsors, where it's all... Right, okay. I like a kit where they've taken the sponsor and the logo into account when designing it, but have also edited the colours to make it look like a kit and not just a series of things put on a shirt. I think that's why I love kits that do this. That, for me, is poggy. And it's also nice to see Norwich playing in a kit that isn't, like, yellow and green in some manner. I'm 100% on board with that. Also, looks like it could have been an Arsenal away shirt in like 2005. It's got the same kind of... You know when Arsenal had that burgundy kit? I can remember Thierry Henry wearing it. Very specific. Or Roma. But I'm thinking it's a bit more Arsenal 2005 away kit than it is Roma because it's a slightly different colour. I know, Norwich have an away kit. I guess we finally figured it out. The stream might not be on. No. The stream will be on Tuesday, but I will probably be vesting up. Let's be honest, I'll probably be vesting up because at least I can have a fan on stream. Monday's video though is in doubt because I can't have fans on. I have to have things quiet in here when I do videos, and that might be a bit much. So we'll have to sort of see how the temperatures are on Monday morning. So I might have to like postpone the videos to Wednesday, but there's just to be a stream on Tuesday, I would have thought anyway, unless it gets really bad. I mean, it is going to be really bad. It's actually supposed to be 38 here on Tuesday, and it seems to be climbing every day when I look at it, so there you go. Free the nip. Yeah, the O2 logo was classics. One of my favourite Arsenal kits was the old Nike ones. They're Invincible season, that type of era, really. Video after dark. Well, then it wouldn't be Monday's video, would it? Because it would take me 3 hours to record, 2 hours to edit, an hour to upload, do a bathtub. Oh, as if there's room for all of us in there, and if the bath's not that big, mate. Just saying. Kieran Foley, I actually checked on him last stream, Silver, and he still hasn't genned yet. However, I think he is going to gen this year when Chelsea get their youth intake, which I suspect they haven't done yet. But I think if we hold that request in the queue, Silver, I'm not going to refund it. I'm going to leave it in there so that when we come back later in stream and it's April, we can have another look. Because he has to gen this year, surely. He was 15. So I suspect, yeah, he actually wasn't in the intake, which is kind of weird. Hey, the Groovy Gamer. Had your graduation yesterday. That's amazing. Don't apologise. That's incredible. Might have to disable the graphics card and enable it. Oh, I'm trying something out. It is Youth Intake Christmas as well because we've got next gen. I've turned down the crowd again because I noticed that it was the Juventus game on the last stream that started making the graphics card go funny, not the other games we played where there were smaller crowds. And I wonder if the crowd animations is actually what's causing it to go, oh my god, not because of FM, but because of the processing of the GPU trying to render all the crowd movement. So I've turned the crowd down to like lowest, not off, just lowest, to see if that makes any difference. Just a curiosity more than anything else. Thomas Strakosha. Yeah, I was surprised by that. I saw a lot of people being like, oh no, he's going to be the starting goalkeeper. I thought David Reyes, one of one of Brentford's best players last season. But they were without him. They were not very good, honestly, were they? Unhealthy Flax. Thank you for the 7 months.
Hello Mato and Chateau.
Hello.
7 months following this building à Nation 7 months sauve ED7.
And many more months of ED7 now that he's our Hoyd. That's the key thing. Emmett's still around. Also, we're up to 52 players out on loan again. Which means that I feel like we've basically managed to relocate most of the guys that Sligo sent back to us, for the most part anyway. And obviously they've got a couple of new guys out on loan at them as well, which still baffles me to this day that they wanted to take new guys in again, but wanted to pay us for them. I guess they're just like, no dad, I can do it by myself. And well, actually, in terms of the league, turns out they actually fucking can. They're sitting second in the league and have won 4 out of 6 games. I don't understand what they signed admittedly 19 players, so that's probably helped them. Spent £3 million on a squad, but it apparently seems to work. Melting at your graduation. I take it there's a lot of graduations going on this time of year now. It's been a long time. So, other Irish sides. It's not as bad as we feared. It's still not great, but it's not as bad as we feared. So both Shamrock and Dundalk won the games in the second legs, or did they? Yeah, I think they did. But Dundalk still went out, unfortunately. I'll show you. But, and here's the fun part, Sligo somehow didn't lose their first leg. And I want to have a look at this, because I haven't investigated it beyond seeing the scoring going, well, that's a bit odd. So I want to see who's in their squad for Europe. But first things first, Europa League. So let me just show you the first knockout round. What happened was, so basically, Shamrock Rovers beat Hearts home and away, which was kind of sick, both by 2 goals to 1. Not Ross County. Dundalk did actually beat Rangers at Ibrox, but it wasn't enough to overturn the tie. So they got points, but not on our books. I think it's around 100. It was 107 at one point, but we lost a few guys. So it might be less than that now, actually. Or, alternatively, it might not be. It's 121 players. Does that mean our pyramid's just got even bigger? If Mike was here, he'd be having an absolute wetness about this now. There's 121 players on our books. It said 107 before. I guess we've just kept signing people. So yeah, we have 121 players, but obviously 87 of them are in the first. It is a small army. I don't know. I think that, what if we were talking military terms, how many people, what like, would that be like a platoon or a unit or a company? Or like, how many people have we got? I need Viking here for this. Leash Card Military Crisis. Oh, we can, because 52 of those guys are out on loan. That's the thing. We've got 52 players out on loan. Last year it was 56. It's a company of heroes, you might say. It's the Liechtenstein army. Didn't they go to war and come back with an extra dude during World War II? Or was that somewhere else? A barrack? Maybe. I don't know. It's a fuck ton. That's the one. So yeah, they went through. And in the next round, they're playing... Who are they playing in the next round? Or if we had the first leg? We have had the first leg. I think they lost. No, they drew. So Shamrock drew against Dynamo Kiev. Oh, you pick someone. Who do I pick? I know who I pick. Wait, yes, I know who I pick. I know who I pick. This is a more deserving person I don't think I could imagine. Boom. Courtesy of Slugs. Oh, hopefully I got that right. Let's do... oh yeah, I'll leave the Kieran Foley one in there so we can come back to that. We'll circle back. Hey, Dances with Horses. So, they drew against Dynamo Kiev, which is surprising, actually. I would have thought that... I think they should be able to win the second leg. But we will see. Let's see. Obama? I just love that phrase. As for the conference... Yeah, this is what's weird, right? Look. Where is it? Look. Dinamo Zagreb 2, Sligo Rovers 2. Okay, they're a bit lucky. I understand now. I want to look at their lineup for this game. They all look like real people. It looks like they were sort of able to cobble together a squad for this game, at least. I don't know how, but it appears that they were. Obviously, they had Jovanovic in there. Ninčević, I know, is real. How did they register all these players? It seemed... I don't understand how they did... But then I've noticed I was able to do that one time. I was able to register 5 guys when it said 3 guys. So it feels like there's a glitch there or something. Or it's just not working properly. Because I swear I was able to do that one time before as well. Conor Barry. Didn't we used to have a guy called Conor Barry? But yeah, so Sligo Rovers actually didn't do too badly. And that was the away leg. They might even have a chance at home. You never know. I think I'll be a bit surprised. Bear in mind, they actually beat Dino Zagreb in their group. I've noticed this a lot. Teams winning their group and then the second knockout round drawing the side that came second in their group. Yeah, Conor Barry was definitely a player we had in the midfield. It might be insanity. Maybe it like lets you fill up the squad if you lose too many players. 3 replacements and 3 new. True, but that would still only be 6 guys. They were down to 5 first-team players and a load of youth players. But this time they lost all our players. So in order to even field a starting 11, they would need to put 6 new guys in the squad. And I didn't see any youth players. I mean, maybe there was a few youth players. It might have been that they had 6 guys and then all the rest were youth players, perhaps. But the fact that they got a 2-2 draw there with those is incredible. Summer League dispensation? Maybe? I don't know. I swear I did it with Sunioska last season when we made all those those signings in January. I was able to register 5 dudes, but I guess there were some replacements, so maybe that's why it let me. But it's weird because the screen still said max 5 new players of 3, but it's because it was like glitching out, I suspect. Well, I thought it'd be grayed out players, but I just had a look at some of them. Not a single one was grayed out, unless they gave them contracts. They've got their own army of Daras. Ooh. But needless to say, it helped. Yeah, so Scotland had a really good round, annoyingly. As you can see, Rangers are through. Oh, sorry, Rangers are in this round. Hibs are in this round. Celtic are in this round. Ross County, luckily... By the way, Ross County, not only did they go out, they got humped 11-0 by Benfica on aggregate. 11-0! So yeah, we got rid of at least Ross County and Hearts, like the Shamrock Rovers, but there is still 3 Scottish sides left in there. And in the Conference League, Livingston are also still in this. So they still have teams left. I don't think we're going to overtake Scotland this year, unless we do a miracle ourselves, because look at the coefficient now. We're still ahead of them, but it's only by point... What is it now? The gap is now down to 0.8. So they'd only need 2 wins that we don't get to overtake us again. And I get the feeling that we might not be getting 6th this season, unless we do really well, and somehow Sligo won't. Basically, it falls to us and Shamrock. It's up to us and Shamrock Rovers to carry the flag for Ireland for the rest of the season and just hope that we can do enough. I think if we could get through a couple more rounds ourselves, maybe like get to a quarter-final or something, and I hope that Shamrock Rovers get through one more round, there's maybe a chance. It does. 6th and 7th actually has a difference. This is the thing. 6th place gets you it gets you an extra European spot. It would get us 2 guaranteed group stage teams and an extra European spot in general, so it's a massive step forward. And it would be great to knock Scotland off their perch for a bit. Jack McLeish, thank you for the 6 months.
Let's go. Up the treaty, up the mato.
Thank you, my friend. How's life? From our 100... Provide... We could provide most of them. Yeah, so it would go down to 0.333. Oh, yeah, of course, because Scotland would have... Yes, you're right. Theirs is... No, theirs is different, isn't it? Because they've got to divide theirs by 7. Because remember, technically this season, they've only just dropped to 6th. So actually, they're still operating on 7 teams at the moment. This is the season delay. So actually, whatever the 4 is divided by the 7, because they would have had 7 sides in Europe. Because they had Rangers, Dundee United, Celtic, Hearts, Hibs, Ross County, and Livingston this season. Unless that's what you were calculating as already. But next season, they'll have it divided by... So 0.8-ish. So yeah, so actually they need to have 3... They need to do more than we do, essentially. And they've got some tough draws. But needless to say... Oh, by the way, you probably saw this in last night's video. I was in Egypt, and when I was going to reset the skin to load in the faces, I accidentally hit reset to default, so the colours have changed and some stuff, and I've not managed to figure out exactly what certain panels go in the right places, particularly in the match engine, which is a little bit annoying, but life goes on. We should probably play the Juve game, right? Try to win the Champions League in every continent. Well, I mean, a journeyman can be whatever you like. The idea of a journeyman is that you try to win... The idea of a journeyman is that you usually start with no coaching badges and sort of work your way up, changing clubs. I think it's a Pentagon Challenge might be the one you're thinking of. Yeah, it's quite a nice blue, actually. It shows up a bit more when I was looking at things. The one downside was, you know when I use like certain filter... I have a view that I use on national team scouting. Because that wasn't exported, disappeared into the ether, so I had to rebuild a brand new one. However, I think you'll agree that this is way better. So I spent some time yesterday. Let me just show a team that we've got a lot of knowledge of. I spent some time yesterday when I was doing some research for a video, which is the scouting video. I'm going to make a video about how we do scouting. That's hence why I was managing FC Copenhagen yesterday. Those of you that follow me on Steam would have seen I was managing FCK. That's the reason. I was using them as a test fort. But now, I think this one has much better information on it. So, it doesn't have all the attributes here, but it has the key attributes for most major roles that you would want, including in key physicals and in an order that makes sense. So determination, accelerate, and pace go next to each other, crossing, dribbling, then finishing, first touch, composure, or off the ball. Then it goes to the defensive ones like jumping, reach, heading, marking, tackling, positioning. Decisions maybe could be all over the place, and then vision and passing right at the end. Then it also has the scouting costs, because that will make sense when you're doing lower league saves. Second nationality, the age of the player, which is super important, the age of the report, max wage demands, knowledge level, max asking price, and the potential and that sort of stuff. So I think this is a way better one than last time. I'm going to put it up for download when I make the video properly. But I was doing a dry run through of it yesterday, and that way I could go, oh, I actually want to put that in the video, but rather than having to do it on the fly. What's the skin? This is FMNC Dark. So if you do ! skin, you'll get a link to the download. I think you might be able to get a newer version than what I've got as well. So that might be even better. Ooh. As far as I know, Comrade, it does, yes. Also, I don't think this is all that important. Do you use the player search function? Not really. Not anymore. I think if I was looking for established players, I would. But when I'm looking at youth talent, probably not. Because most of the time, you don't have the knowledge level of the players to the point where they would basically be ignored by most of my filters anyway. But it's still very it's still very useful, and I would highly recommend it. But if you're looking at, like, pure wonder kids, this method, for me, is the best one. It takes time. Like, I did a test with FC Copenhagen last night, and it's going to be a fun video, is all I can say. Plus, now when people go, hey, how did you scout? I can send them to that video. That's the hope, anyway. So, yeah. But I think that's much better, and I'll have a download link for that set up at some point, too. I already set the team up for this one. You think the person that spent the most time making views in FM? I reckon Foxy probably does. Fox in the Box has I've seen some of his views from the past. I don't know what he's been. I know he's been streaming a bit more this year. He had some really good views when it turned. He had some really good training analysis views, which I've never been able to really got my head around. But I do like a view. I think people massively undervalue the ability for views to tell you information on the fly. Both from my analysis view that I use as a general catch-all, and then having individual views that you use for certain teams, so important. Because with those, the reason I added the attributes as well is because when I sometimes do these, it allows me to just go, oh, hang on, that guy looks really good, and then have a little look at him before, and then I can prioritize the scouting on certain players that that's how I found them based out, was because they had some of this stuff sort of set up. Ooh. Unless you're looking for Dick Bacon, in which case, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, so the resolution is an issue, but then you can auto-size or just remove a few columns. You know, at the end of the day, tweak to your own settings. I'm going to have a lot of stuff in this video about how to tweak it, because it depends on the number of scouts you have, the scouting range you have, and the number of nations you tend to look at, and you have to try to tweak that to get it right. This is our lineup for today. We're just going to go for this. Manea played in the last match, so he needed a rest out for this one, even though he can still do off the bench, but Alaku's been absolutely brilliant so far this season, and I like him a lot. So we're going to go with Alaku for the moment, and then hope. Plus, it means we can bring on Manea as either the DILF or the attacking mid. I reckon Valiv's going to be the hero. I mean, for those of you that missed the last leg, we are 5-4 down on aggregate after playing we were the better side against Juve in the first leg, but we lost 5-4. It was shameful, honestly. Hello. Tobago! Thank you very much for the prime. I'm glad I didn't press the game then. That would have caused us all sorts of problems. Thank you so much for the brand new prime. That's very, very kind of you. Welcome aboard, my friend. Oh, chat, can we get a posthumous? No, that's not the right word at all. She's not dead. A post phone call. Hi, Helen. I'll wait. I'm going to just finish my coffee while we do that. Ooh. Or a bye, Helen. Bye, Helen works too, I suppose. Ooh. To quote Helen, Loveloy. Right. Now onto some real drink. I'm just casting out threats here. What can I say? Oh. She loves that. I'm sure she does. I'm sure she's just over the moon with it. I bet your dad's well jealous. The resized columns thing is super annoying. So when I was setting that view up, it kept doing this thing where one of the columns would be massive and off the screen, and there was nothing I could do, even when I resized it, to get it to stick. And then all of a sudden, the way I fixed it was going to the next, like clicking the next league down, and then go back to it, and then it suddenly worked. Really weird. Hey, Charu. How's it going? Can I get a fuck? Can I get a hooyah? Don't. Oh, God. There you go. Hinsey's got the plan. can feel the sweat rising in my eyes. This is a bad start. We need a hell of an emote. Exactly what I'm thinking, Anarith. Em's dad does a cracking barbecue. I once had barbecued tikka chicken at a barbecue years ago. It was unbelievable. It was incredible. Oh. Found a player called Nodge who isn't a Hungarian. That's not allowed. Okay, so let's see if this works. Well, first thing you'll note, chat, is that no glitchiness. And I've turned down the crowd. I think it's the crowd. I genuinely think it's the crowd that causes our problems. Very interesting. So we actually now can put all of these on because we've got Shamrock Rovers rocking about in that one. They need to win. And obviously Sluggo are at home. They need to win. They both need to win. Bastard retired from playing and they decided we were below him. What an absolute wemp. Wemp? There you go. You have a brand new pejorative. You may use it. A wemp. It actually sounds like it's already an insult, doesn't it? Oh, good. As much as it says you can nurse him through, the moment I see orange injury, I'm like, yeah, nah, mate. Well, it looks like Manea's coming on. Yeah, Sham are already losing. You wemp. You bunch of wemps. That just sounds like a guy from the really thick Scottish accent calling you a wimp. I'll swap those two over so Alaku's drop a bit deeper. Well, an injury in 10 minutes is exactly what we wanted, wasn't it? Wempis say.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Dazameister, thank you very much for the follow. Daz, is that your alt? Oh no, it's an injury for... Okay, here we go. There are multiple Dazes, hence why is that your alt? We've got Dazes for days. He's actually going to Barca. Wait, is that happened? I heard some talk of it yesterday. This is how little I keep up with... I know that they signed Rafinha. Hello, Pog. What's up? Do I want a strawberry? Oh, fine. Okay, why not? I've just been offered... All right, fine. Give me a different strawberry. Sorry, I didn't realise that...
I want the big strawberry.
Size doesn't matter. It's how you use them. As Alaku dinks over the goalkeeper, and it's 1-0 Treaty United. Come on. Take that, you bunch of strawberries. Juve. Chat, would you agree if I said that Juve were a bunch of wemps? I'm just saying. Wemps. Bunch of wemps.
What's a wemp?
Wouldn't you like to know? Utter wemps. A lot of them.
Still getting a bit, boy.
A little bit. Wait, what did Mihov do? Did I just miss something? I was too busy failing to eat a strawberry. Did the music just stop or are we... There we go. Did he do another mad one? Oh. Good lord. Decided to do another run. Bloody... I wonder what... He is genuinely losing the plot in his old age, isn't he? I was struggling because I was struggling to bite through the bit with the green bit so I didn't get all these stalk and stuff in my mouth. Oh, Araujo's through! Oh my god, man. He's been really underperforming his XG this season, albeit over a small sample size, but what a start for us. Let me just get that down there so we can do... no, I'm alright. I'm afraid I might muck that up too. Yeah, he's clearly been like mainlining it. Oh god, they're both losing. Right, it's up to us then. Was that Alaku? Oh, okay, that's fine then. Hasn't hold up. I know. Got all sorts of green bits. An old lady a web. We have a brand new little... In that case, I'll give it to Alaku. He did score the first goal after all, so... That is a big boy. Well, we've done all right so far. Here we go. Valev, pop it through. Here we... Oh, he might still get it. He's got it. Araujo's through this time. Back onto his correct foot. And it's 2-0. That's more like it. Treaty 2, Juve 0. Oh, 6-5 on Ag. This is what I mean. Alaku is my special little guy, honestly. He's the captain. And he leads like it. Great tackle, actually.
Is he your handsome little man?
He's my handsome little man. He is. He absolutely... Wimp. Usually I'm in the dark base without a computer light. Wait, hang on. Is that your definition or is that a real thing? Did I just stumble on a real insult out of nowhere? Hang on. Wait. Whatever, micro penis. I'm even more on board with that. I'm even more on board with that. It's like a modern version of Toke to the Hand. Whatever, micro penis. Oh, huge fan. Look at this. This is beautiful. Now we just need a third goal. I think third goal very important. Second yellow wemp. Go back in your basement and see, say, you micro penis bastard. It could be his first touch. I think he does have 16 first touch, doesn't he? Or is it 15? That's actually only 14. Runs with ball down left might be... No, it could be actually. Wemp emote incoming. I like it. We've got our own special insult chat. It's beautiful. This is less beautiful, but it's still beautiful in its own way. Oh my lord, what is going on here? It's just injury central. Could be his balance agility, yeah. Right. Given that we're 2 goals to the good, that's lovely, but... Oh, great. Silver's injured for them as well. You know it only takes a fraction of a second for something to go wrong with this team, so... As much as we've been on top here, you can't count your chickens yet. Oh, they're back in it sort of, but they're not. Right, okay, 70 minutes. We've got to do something here. We can go Wemp on his ass. We absolutely can. In fact, if he does... Oh, God, another injury? Really? All right, I guess Davor. You've done your part, Octavio. Base Sal's actually struggled. But... No, it will have to be Bogdanov. Wait, that didn't work. I was thinking about bringing on Radojicic for Niakshu, but... Galga, how's it going? Right. 15 minutes. Loads of it. Look at all the injuries going around Europe at the moment. This is mental. Yeah, the problem with Boggy is he does lack that defensive ability, and I'm worried that we might get caught out with it if Juve get a good bit of possession on that right-hand side. But if we grab a third goal, it might be okay. 3-0. Valev, here we go. Oh, speaking of Boggy. Go on, Boggy. Oh, what I will say, though, is you wouldn't have caught Base Sal doing that. So, in a way, that's probably beneficial for us. The ability for him to get through that position and do that. Okay. Just need to be confident and chill for the moment. We've been... Oh, I swear to God. Good clearance. Really good clearance, but... We've been on total control of this match. Ball in. Oh, no. We know what's about to happen, don't we? It was Alaku and Araujo that scored the goals. We've been totally on top in this game as well. Oh, here we go. Right, what do you reckon? Penalty? I reckon penalty. Oh, fuck off. I can't with this game anymore. I can't anymore. What are you... How do you... There's only so many times you can perform better than your opponents in Europe and still find a way to have weird... Like, he goes through his fucking body. It isn't over yet. We've got extra time. But it's the fact that Mate is there as a human being, and yet he's able to sort of pass through him to get to the ball there. Like, fair enough, give away a penalty. But, like, I'm just bored of that. No, there's no away goals. Because it's Europe now. Right. Look at this. Battered them in the first leg, lost 5-4. Not battered them today, but we're much better defensively and just did what we needed to do. Right, okay. We can still get this. Oh. I think we're still in the ascendancy, but I can't with this anymore. And I know for a fact that this tactic is actually really good for Europe because of what you've seen how good it is for Europe. What's up? Oh, lol. Oh, hey, Jessica. We'll find some way to throw this away now. Oh, here we go. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We do need to, yeah. We need to find something. We should have had this game wrapped up, really. They were showing no real threat in this match whatsoever. And there's just always that little thing that it just does. That's the third season in a row now where we've been comfortably the better side in the tie and just had these annoying goals out of nothing. And this is with different tactics now. Right, hopefully we can get this back on, though. Hopefully the lads can get their heads down a little bit. We do have an extra sub now, at least, so I can sort of look at that and try to find something. But this is a very long highlight, which probably means Juve are about to score. Someone just got pushed over there, massive. I'm surprised we didn't get a foul given for that, honestly. Now Juve are suddenly brilliant. Where has all this come from? Right, okay, I need to make a sub, I think. Radojicic, Pedersen. Oh, it has to be for... yeah, because other players are tired, but when you look at the substitutes bench, they're all kind of fullbacks. And for me... Radojic is better than Pedersen at the moment. And he's knackered. We just need that extra emphasis on the left wing-back spot for the moment. I would say anyway. Okay. Right. Find me the winner. Let's get this monkey off. Let's just get this, like, issue off our back with all this weirdness in Europe. We need to just find that way through. I think if we get through it once, then we'll be fine. But there's like this weird mental block that we've got at the moment in terms of these European matches. Jovetic. Right, here we go. Right, use Radojic, please. Please use him. There we go. Thank you. God, he's so tiny. Oh, Araujo. Oh, Araujo. Yes! Treaty 3. Juve 1. What a ball from Araujo. Sorry, from Radojic to Araujo. That is such a good pass. It was so patient as well. Like, he didn't do anything silly. He didn't try and run with it. He just pops it. First time into the channel. Araujo on the end of it. Another goal for him. Huge, huge goal. And that should take us to half-time at 3-1. Madness. Just looking at the actual aggregate scorelines of our last few exits from the Champions League. Not last year, because that was the City game where we got mugged off in both legs. We went out 8-7 against Inter. It's 2 years ago. It's now 7-6 to us this time around. Oh, dear. Right. I'm just going to have a look at the other scores to make sure that they did... Yeah, they did go out. Because, of course, they did. And we can't see that. I assume they went out. Sortifugel! Thank you very much for the 10 months.
Yol.
Oh. I'll be a lot more weller if we can get through the next 15 minutes of this match. Is my question. Insta highlight from the kickoff. What I was thinking of doing is waiting until there's like 7 to 10 minutes left, then slowly start upping the time-wasting tactics. Unless Freeze puts us in front here. I say puts us in front. Continues putting us in front. Oh my god. It's just highlight after highlight. This is key highlights, right? Yes, okay. God. Yeah, and with a load of Scottish sides going through. Right, get in there. Come on. Touches, touches, touches. Make a tackle, please. I think we're going to concede a goal before I get a chance to make those changes. Is the concern here. Oh, go on. Oh, we're so close to making a tackle. Ramau. Oh, here we go. Tapping. Ready? Good defending. I can't anymore. The amount of times I see chances like that for us, and they never fucking go in. Never. But it's a good header, in fairness. Look at the state of this. Right, okay. Well, now we've got to keep going on, don't we? Oh, come on. If we go out 8-7 here, I swear to God, if we go out 8-7 in 2 of 3 seasons... Okay, Valev. Maybe we'll make it round and we'll win 8-7 or something. Bogdanov. Ball in. How did he block that? It's like he anticipated where he was going to shoot and actually managed to get his foot in the way. It's a world-class block, isn't it, really? It just is. Right, come on. Use the width. Oh, my God. Look at the state of this game. Oh, Juve wouldn't have needed to score that. They'd have gone from the edge of the area and scored. Fucking hell. Come on, Davor. Pop it in. Oh, wait. Oh, as if. Someone get across to cover that guy, please. Oh, well done. Actually, that's good defending. That definitely wasn't the highlight. It wasn't close enough. There's definitely something better coming. Bogdanov's actually looked decent coming off the bench, I must say. Valev. Come on, Boggy. Should be a good pass. Ball across. Alako! No! Fucking hell! Please! Oh, my God! I'm so bored of this game. I can't anymore with this. I can't. I just can't. Are you just not allowed to win? I don't know what you have to do. Right, so we were people with good... We can't have Davo Jovetic taking one. But Freezy Freeze is obviously a good one. Radojic is a decent penalty taker. Bogdan's got good composure as well. Lukic is a centre-back, so Araujo should take one. And Valev probably for number 5. Then to these guys, because they're not actually... They won't have good finishing stats, which I know doesn't matter, but I like to believe that it does. Then probably Spack, honestly. Then weirdly Alaku's low down because he has no composure. Oh, he has terrible pens. And then probably Jovetic there, and then obviously keeper at that point. Oh, good. Put it above it. And then, well, Mihov, yeah, technically. Put Mihov 1. That's big balls. Right. Oh. Yeah, Mihov actually has better pens than Alaku. Yeah, but this isn't real life, as we know. We're going to lose. We know that. So, I'm... No, they're not a lottery. They are emphatically not a lottery. There is skill involved. If it was a lottery, then we wouldn't even bother. Oh, that's good, actually. That's kind of helped. I get the feeling I probably won't meet them ever again at this rate, Benjamin. Right, well, I'm just going to... I have no expectations for this, unfortunately. I think it's pretty much... I don't see any hope for us. I just really don't. I'm trying to think of the last time I won a penalty shootout. Behind goal. Hang on. And then it's reversed or what? Oh, no, it's the same. So... I'm not going to adjust any of the angles. If we're going to do behind goal, it'll be like this. This is the first knockout round. We were the better side in the first leg and lost 5-4. And we absolutely smashed them in the second leg and only won 3-2. And as a result, yeah. What's on page 21? Good question. Let's find out. We're probably going to miss this penalty anyway because... No, fair one. Okay, page 21. Oh, it's nice and early. Page 21 is... What is it? It's just generalized bear facts. So you've got, like, the basic stuff, like the genus names of, like, polar bear, Asiatic black bear, giant panda, and sloth bear. How small is Raddy? He's 5'1". He's a very diminutive man. Right, come on, Boggy. Good goal. The Bear Book, it's called The Bear Almanac by Gary Brown. Is it just me or has neither goalkeeper even got close to one yet? It seems like neither goalkeeper is actually doing anything in this penalty shootout. Yes! Except for Luben fucking Mihov. That time, admittedly, he did just have to stand there. However, have you noticed that often when you miss the first penalty, you seem to win more on FM? Oh, Araujo off the post. Come on. Come on. One more away. That was very close. If Mihov saves this, we're through. If we score the next one, which is Valev, I think, we've got 2 opportunities now. But at the moment, it looks like it would actually be Mihov, the hero. It's Luben Mihov against Ramau. Come on. Oh, it's really good pen. Straight down the middle. Right. It's all on this, then. It's all on this. It's a chance. I think it was Stefan Valev. He was number 5, wasn't he? Yes, he is. Look at the size of him compared to Radojicic. Stefan Valev for a chance to finally put us in a Champions League quarter-final. And deservedly so. Yeah! Come on! Oh, thank fuck for that. Have that, you bunch of wimps. Come on. Oh, you can't beat the treaty. Oh, thank fuck for that. We had to fight like sharks to get through that somehow. I don't know how we didn't manage to win that game by more and get the result. We should have been... I think we should have won that game like 4-1, honestly, but life goes on. Silveretta with the Harrow Bishop Ultras. You damn right. Sir Luben Mihov. Yes, honestly. I realised Valev scored the winning penalty, but so did everyone else. The difference maker in that penalty shootout was Luben Mihov. Although Araujo's 2 goals during the game... Take that, you Notts County wannabes. Oh, right. First things first. We'll get the Harrow Bishops in a sec, but I have a plan here. Just sort by age. It's easier. Sir Luben Mihov, Knight of the Treaty Empire. I realise there's so much wrong with that, you have no idea, given that we're in Ireland. But it doesn't matter. He's Bulgarian. It's fine. Queen loved the match. Something. Don't know why. Oh, he has to be. Right. Oh, 8.2 million. Lovely stuff. You know what to do. Get them Harold Bishops. Show me the Harold Bishops. A 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. I'll save it in a sec. And a go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I am through heroin, I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through heroin, I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Most importantly, I do have autosave on, so it actually shouldn't make a difference. But just in case. You know, you just can't... I think I did see it autosave, but I actually don't know if I did see it autosave. But now it has been saved, so it's alright. Oh. Get in. Absolutely get in. We deserve that. And I think what I would say is, as much as the scoreline weirdly doesn't change much from what was a couple of days from the previous seasons, I think that the actual defensive stability in terms of the chances conceded genuinely is better. And I think this tactic is still the way to go. Definitely turned autosave on. Well, we'll check. Fuck it. Well, did I? I'm sure I did. Yeah. 3 rolling autosave. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Every week? Oh, shit. It reset my fucking settings, didn't it? After matches. There we go. And screenshots, compress. Wait. I don't remember how that was. Yes, because I accidentally reset my settings. So it was on, but it was set for weekly autosaves and not matches. Oh. It really is, Dazza. I was watching the clip compilation video with Pog a couple of weeks ago, and the original Harold Bishop Ultras clip was from that one of those streams, and it was just weird seeing what that whole originated from. Mad. I'm going to just take this out of my ear now. Oh, Jesus. Right, okay. 8.2 million. Nice. Right, now we're going to draw soon. Let's see Aldo Ultra stepping up for us there as well. Coefficient-wise, though, we'd have just taken a massive shit because Scotland... They've literally overtaken us already. One match day. Bam. Done. Overtaken. We are not getting 6th place this year. We're still going to have a good season, which is the most important thing, but it does look like Scotland are going to take a little more doing. They've actually had a good year, annoyingly. Still nowhere near as good as the year they're losing, but now they're going to start to level off a little bit. So we're still going to have to fight them. Hey, geek. Right, now we need to... we are going to gain on them next year, though, which is the key thing. How the other side... Unfortunately, they both went out. That's the shame. They both went out because Shamrock Rovers were beaten by Dynamo Kiev, which is very annoying. And then, obviously, Sligo Rovers... Considering the team that they probably had out there, to only lose 4-3 on aggregate, I'm actually surprised. Who's getting all the points for Scotland? All of them. Oh, the camera's frozen. Like, they had 5 sides, or is it 6? 6 sides got through to the knockouts this season for Scotland. So Dundee United were in the Champions League. They had Rangers, Celtic, Hibs, Ross County, and Livingston, and Hearts. In fact, they had every single side got through to the knockouts. Hey, Stephen. Oh. How do you keep yourself hooked to a save? Honestly, because of the... I think just the Building a Nation thing. How many went through? All of them. From this round, did Livingston go out? Livingston did go out, so that's good. That's really good. So currently, Hibs, Celtic, and Rangers. So they've still got 3 sides left. With any luck, they'll draw each other. No, although that kind of... No, that's actually not what we want, is it? We want them to all draw different sides who are better than them. We're not going to... Unless we went and won the Champions League and they all went out next round, I think it's unlikely. But you never know. I feel like we've got a chance going now. Oh, Scotland. Why'd you have to do this to me? We'll get them in a couple of years anyway. But when is the draw? Oh, it's ages away yet. Oh, I extended Radojicic's contract. Or rather, I say extended. I triggered the clause to extend his contract. Because he deserves it. I don't need to. It's doing itself. Right. Rigel. Oh. Oh, thank God it's only a tight calf. That was scary for a moment. Right. I might sim the Derry City game. That way we can get to this, get the draws done, and then sort of... Because obviously, if we're going to get through... I want to have our Champions League season, other than the final, if we were to get to one, concluded during today's stream. That way we could either do a final, lol, on Tuesday, or... Yeah, that makes it nice and easy for us. Otherwise, we just kind of like straggling stuff. We'll let... no, wait, where's Christensen? Christy? Chrissy, wake up. Where are you? Is he injured? Oh, wow. What the fuck? How do they rate him so poorly when he's actually such a good player attribute-wise? Mad. Okay, we'll just get that down there. Oh, no, I don't want that. I want that and that. He has to play these games. He's so damn good when he plays. It's almost impossible not to play him, honestly. Wow, Hanish has made the bench. I love that 2-foot Ganam's yeah. Yeah, the new guy. Oh, true. Yeah. But the new guy's got pretty good judging PA and CA. Good country, Stephen. Ireland, but it takes a while. Hungary, Poland, Austria if you want to start a bit higher. Probably streaming Tuesday stronger. Still not sure if I'll be able to make videos Monday, because at least with streams I can have the fan on. And I don't have to be so on it. Whereas with YouTube videos it's harder because I have to be actually presenting stuff and there's editing. Whereas with streams I can kind of just sit here. You might get that. Yeah, fair one, bro. It scores everything. Yeah, which is why when I'm doing the scouting video I'm going to do about our scouting method, I'm actually going to start it 5 years into a save. That way it's actually finding regens, because otherwise it's a bit pointless if it's just finding players that people already know about. Because, you know, at the end of the day, no one's using a Wonderkid scouting method in the first season of a save because they could just go on the internet and find the people themselves. They got Balthazar. They do have Balthazar in goal. Right. Did they have a player called Barry Brown? Did I just see that? England's the easiest one. Yeah, I must say it's pretty easy, isn't it? Mukoku's still playing for City in this save. Sorry, yeah, right. Choose that. My bad. But yeah, so I'll put a community post up on YouTube if there isn't going to be a video. I'll see what the temperatures are like when I awake. But what I will say is for Tuesday's stream, I'm going to try and find a way to get the temperature gauge back up on the screen again because it's going to get mad. Christensen scores again. Lovely news. That's more like it. Sligo win again. They've really pulled themselves out of the fire here. I know they've got some games played more, but that's still pretty good. How long for getting on the second tier? Oh, you useless bart. I know it's early days, but come on. You're better than that, hopefully. Piece already unhappy. What? Mate, you've only been there like... No, I'm very glad you're doing that. I would say it is, Jack. I mean, the thing is, I know for a fact that the Nomad's tactic... I had no reference point with our old... Oh, yeah, Vesti for sure. With our old tactic, I felt that it was a good tactic, but I had no point of proof where I could be like, oh, this really works for an underdog side. Whereas with the Nomad's tactic, I think I've proven time and time again in that save that it will work for a team that maybe aren't quite elite yet. Given that I've now been in 3 European finals in that save and done successfully pretty much in there. What was your youth takes best potential? I don't know. Can I say -2 stars? Certainly feels like it. We've not had any good youth intakes basically in the entire save. Maybe the one that had Chris McLean in. That was pretty decent. With these guys, I'm just going to keep setting in the road. We're going to have actually some seriously good talent in here though, because it's... I'm barely even getting rid of any players now from these searches. That's how much talent there is. I'm at best getting rid of like 2 or 3 guys each time now. It's actually insane how much it's narrowing it down. Although it's not really narrowing it down that much, which makes me think that the list of players we do have now, which is only 96 guys, they're all viable, which is exciting. Barbecue. I wish, Sammy. I wish. What is it with you and barbecues? I know you've been bullying Dean into a barbecue for ages. Did he finally agree to that, or did he actually like go to Yorkshire to avoid you? There wasn't cheap, boys. Yeah, I think what we'll do is once we know the draw, we'll start paying attention to scout reports again. Yeah, hydration on Tuesday is going to be super important. This will be fine. I'll get Alaku to crowbar him. Come on, Mihai. Yeah. Weirdly, Navio would rather deal with me than our captain every time. Oh, I haven't seen anything at all. Well, you know we were in the final, Marco. That's what I said. We'd been in a final. But you know we'd won the other 2 trophies in the save with Tromsø. Didn't think of it like that. Well, then... This is why you need me, my friend. Is that one going to work? Yes, good. That's fine. Under a banyan. What is a banyan tree? Sounds delicious. Wait, what? Sorry? Feel you should offer him a new contract. He's got 3 years left on his deal. Why would I do that when he's got 3 years left on his deal? I mean, excuse me, you two. I just never understand these ones. Why would they... When... Can you think of an example in real life where this is actually a thing that they would care about? Players don't give a shit about other people's contracts, particularly not for getting them more money. Their only concern is, am I on enough money, right? It just seems like a weird out mechanic that's never really made sense to me. Like, how often in real life does that ever happen? Oh. Is we ready? No, he's actually been here a little while. So what happened with Radojicic is... Oh, speaking of. He came in from Chukwuemeka, relatively cheap if I recall, £1.7 million. He's been here for 4 years. And at first he was like, oh, okay, he's got decent potential, but then a lot of guys did. But his current ability started to really climb up quite nicely. Obviously, this only goes back 2 years. And I might be able to show you here. No, that still only goes back 2 years. But all of a sudden, he just started to look that little bit better. I would say that, Anarif, but the thing is, Maybe for league games, I suppose. It's just a case of remembering a lot of the time. Espen, I'm trying to sell you, bud, so if you want to leave, that's fine. But, like, Lubin Mihov still has a lot of work to do here. He's still an excellent keeper, as we've seen. Like, albeit he did make some errors in that, admittedly, but he did bail us out. I'll sell you. Go on, off you go. Best player plays it, yeah, but at the end of the day, our best player is a bit injury prone and he can't play every game. So wing back positions, I'm not worried about. I don't mind having 3 deep in each of those because they have to be rotated so often. Or match high Sterling. Yeah, it just seems like a weird thing that they'd complain about. Vidovic can... Oh, yeah, I forgot my... Yeah, poor Vidovic. Yeah, I've never also seen players complaining about... I can see that one maybe making a little bit more sense, but... Yeah. Come on, Porto. What? Who's playing Porto? We finally lost one. Holy shit. That's the first time in 3 years that we've lost a game in this barbecue meet and greet. Ain't nobody want that, Sammy. Trust me on that one. Come on, Sam. You've met me. You were disappointed, right? And you've known me for 20 years. He's still out of the reckoning. Okay. Ah, now he's injured. Oh, Porto with the draw. Oh, yes, for sure. Absolutely. I'd love Porto with a draw. Honestly, at this point, I'd take anyone, right? Sermihov, 30 years. All right, fine, 30 years. Potion Liverpool youngsters. Yeah, it'd be nice and easy. I'm sure they won't be ludicrously expensive. Palavidit. Oh, well, that's nice of you. That's even nicer. Speaking of, can we... No, not yet. One of these days, though. I haven't had a barbecue in such a long time, mate. When was the last time I had a barbecue? Oh, maybe during... original COVID lockdown, I think. It's finishing down. When I went on holiday with my mates, I say my mates, Pog and my mates partners. The house we stayed in had this like what they called an Argentinian fire pit. I don't know if that's even going to mean anything, but it's just like a big pit of fire. But it has like a barbecue right on top. So every night we would just get loads of stuff and just have barbecue and sit outside and drink all night. It was beautiful. Right, here we go. Few draws. What we got? I mean, it has to be Porto, really, doesn't it? Out of those, there's really only... Any good Irish players in the team? No. Basically, just no. Because our greatest ever player is Irish. He scored 410 goals, but he's just retired. And because we're obviously not trying to take players from other Irish sides because we're helping to build the league, it's very difficult to bring... We have to basically bring through the talent ourselves, and our youth intakes have been shocking. Finally got a gas barbecue. True, yes. Give me Porto. Go on, do it. I think we could take Real Madrid, honestly. And Barcelona, remember, are not that good in this save. So I think that'd be okay. No, not had any yet. Oh, come on! Treaty Porto. Oh, please be Real Madrid Barca. Oh, chat. We might have a shot at a semi-final here, my friends. This is... Obviously, we're still going to win. And Porto are no mugs. But... Like, I want to just look at Porto's Champions League record in recent seasons so we can see. They obviously did win a Champions League in this save, so bear that in mind, but that was nearly 10 years ago. So, quarterfinal, semi-final, first knockout round, lost in the groups, quarterfinal, first knockout round, lost in the groups, semi-final. So it seems like every couple of years they have an okay season, but they're not, like, challenging for it. Obviously, since they won the thing. But, like... And they're also a bunch of mugs, too. Yeah, I'm trying to think of our past record against Porto. Because that's the second leg. Could we have maybe the first leg? I assume it's because the match is going to be rescheduled. So we've played them in our... Wow, okay. So yes, we've played them 4 times in this save. The first time was actually... So the first time we played them was actually the season they won the Champions League. So in a way, it's not really that surprising. But last time we played them, 2 years later, we humped them 7-2. In terms of the aggregate scoreline between the 2 games. So that's something, right? I think that gives me hope. Oh, semi-final, of course, yeah. I mean, at this point, who cares who we get, right? I'd prefer the one with... Okay. You know what? I actually think we could take either of those two. Man City weren't that good against us last year. They got unbelievably lucky. So, the year they won it was 2035. So, the year after would have been 2036. So, we played them in 2037. And we've improved, and they've clearly not improved because they've not really challenged. They got to a semi, but they seem to get knocked out pretty easily. I think we could take... We looked good against Real Madrid in our group against them that time. And I think we've got a good shot at going into the final, potentially. Maybe. But at the very least, I think we've got a really good shot at a semi-final. And that'd be the first time we've been to a semi-final since we got to the final that year. Both A-Rod... Oh, by the way, A-Rod or whoever it was, he's now happy. He does now count that the other Uruguayan guy was signed for him. But weirdly, when he first joined us, he didn't consider that. And then he just randomly went, oh yeah, another Uruguayan friend. So there you go. Right, we'll get all these in here as well. Okay, so when's this Porto match? We've got an international break in a minute, but... okay, it's not too far away. But I still want to make sure that we get to it, basically. Too many people in the lunchroom. In fairness, I don't blame him. There is like 1,000 players at the club, so I can understand his error there, you know. Oh. Play them in the group. That's why it says 2036, but this is 2037. True. Hang on, I hadn't thought about that. You're right. So that right there is actually, as you say, yeah, you're right. That's the season after they won the Champions League. But clearly in the 2 years between those... And that was a knockout game. That was also in the Europa League. So, it just occurred to me that wasn't even a Champions League match. That was a Europa League tie. Was that the year we won the Europa League? I think it was, wasn't it? We knocked out Portugal on the way. Okay. I might try Mikulic in goal today. Just because. Because they're actually kind of evenly matched now. But, you know, Salubin is obviously the man. Yep, we'll do that. Do that. I just want to ensure that we have the best chance to get what we need to get done today done. Particularly now that we're playing Porto, because that makes me think we've got a good chance of going even further. Okay, that's working again now. You're right, it was, wasn't it? Because we were surprised that them being champions of their... They won the Champions League and they didn't even get out of their group the following season. Well, there goes the invincible season. Lasted all of 6 games. Good to see them score 2 of them. Oh, great. 6.3 for Mikulic. Really glad we started him there. Faisy scores another pair of goals, though. Shamrock win 4-0. Sligo win again. They're top of the league. They've actually gone top of the league. What's going on? Can I wear a suit? Oh, absolutely not. I'll do a vest final. It'll have to be done, won't it? Good lord. Now, quite a natural performer. He is just something else, isn't he? Look at the state of this player. Still only worth that amount. A vest with the suit and tie design on it. Well, okay, Pog, if you find one of those in town today, then great. But unless you do that, very unlikely. Bottle bubbly. Chat, I should stress, we're in the quarter-final. We haven't even played the quarter-final yet, and we're like, oh, have you got a bottle of bubbly for the final? That is some next-level assumptionry that even I wouldn't be caught guilty of. That's not true at all, actually. I absolutely would. Hot diggity dog. Right, we got this to get out of the way. Draw it with a marker or draw like a bow tie. But you couldn't though, because the vest would be like really low cut, so the bow tie would be down like here, like a giraffe, which I'm on board with. Al Hilal want Arboleda. Absolutely not. I really like this guy. Vidovic. You know what? Honestly, give me $1 million and you can have him. I don't even care about a clause. Just take him. He's a complaining little man, and I'd rather Mikulic just become the backup now. Malloy gets that. Right, okay, so so no more of that. So Valev, once again, has failed to get rid of that clause. That I'm fine now. If he's playing as a DLF, I don't think it's that issue with him now. Right, okay. So, £23 million for him seems a bit much. He's 16 years old, and he's not worth 23 million, is he? Like, I think if he's at, say he's at like Dinamo Zagreb, he's probably like 6 million, and then I'd probably be considering it, but 23 million? Absolutely not. Just remove you. He's, again, one of these guys that's overpriced. Decent, but not that decent, and again, horrendously overpriced. Gonçalo Mota, 17-year-old Portuguese defender. These guys won't technically talk to us at the moment, so I know that they might do, but we've got to prioritise a little bit. So he would, but again, £10 million. Aloisio, great name, but a good jumping reach, actually, so the 5'11 is kind of irrelevant, but I don't know. I think he's too much. There's better players in this that are cheaper, I think. Where's my straw gone? I've lost my straw. Ah! I need to undo this. This is dangerous. Oh, there it is. Hey! One bottle of bubbly for each of the 5 Champions Leagues we're winning. Exactly. Good thoughts. He's not exceptional. That's the thing. I don't want to pay, like, probably 8 million. I'm just curious. I don't actually really want him, but I want to see how much they'd want for him. Yeah, I mean, I could probably get that down to that, but I don't want to pay £7 million for him. It's just not in my wheelhouse, really. We'll get rid of you entirely. You two won't talk to us currently, but we'll keep you involved because they're relatively good prices. Although I want to have... Oh, he's not ready for this. Ooh. I like what I see, other than the fact that he looks like he's had his head in a vice. But other than that, crack on, Fabian. Yeah, we need some of those types of deals. The problem is, I don't know, the better we've got, the more those deals are harder to find. Those deals are so good when you're a club like Suniyuska. I've had so much fun finding those types of deals. But if I was a team like Treaty on that save, those guys would nowhere near be good enough at that point. They are, Jack. Yeah, so basically my skin got reset and all of my settings got reset as well. So, yeah. Yeah, the Dutch Moroccan defender is him. This is him. Anas Zayani. But look, £22 million. I mean, he would talk to us, and he's very solid, but 22 million quid. If I was going to move on him, I would want him fully scouted, and as of yet, they've not managed to get much more information on him at the moment. Oh, you mean Neslo? He's still in the squad. He probably will get more football for us now, given that he's, oh, Foley. We'll check after this scouting set. Oh, Van Merkenstein's actually got a value now. Oh, they're already scouting those two. Hang on. This guy here, why has he got no reports on him? Reflexes are good, but again, there's just so little information. Why are they not gaining any knowledge on them when I keep constantly sending them around to scout reports? These guys have been... Particularly as there's only 90 players on the list now. They send me the same guys. Maybe it's because it's after Christmas break. Just trying to see if there's any number... Okay, there's a B- guy there. Why is he B-? He's Man United, though. 30 million. Why is a Man United guy 30 million? Sorry, no. I know why he's 30 million. But why is that B-? Like, I don't understand why he's B-. Okay. He kind of is. He kind of is. Yeah, we're going to wait until the end of March for that. We've got our little clause for it. I'll tell you what we'll do. Remind me when next gen happens, because then we know that we'll be at the end of March. I think that's the best time for it. Okay, there's a few guys down here that we've got more knowledge of. These guys I'll send around again. He's a bit weird, though. Right, okay, so Swanetsky, fully scouted, goalkeeper, playing for Zagrubin. He does, other than his aerial reach, eccentricity is low. He has a quite nice set of attributes, and he would be cheap. And he's only 17, and he has 6 under 21 caps for Poland. I would say... Doesn't want to talk. We'll have a look anyway, though. They really do seem to have low aerial reach these days. A lot of the keepers we keep finding have such low aerial reach. We'll try that. I'm going to try it anyway. Like, if he doesn't want to talk to us, then that's fine. My guess is probably he signed a new contract or some shit. Mamani, same kind of story, isn't it? What about you? I reckon he's one of these next stage of my career bellends. But I think at that price. Oh! Okay, just to clarify. Obviously, accept demands, right? This player here is knowledge level 100%. Knowledge level 100%. 50,000 to 500,000. Has release clause of 650,000. What part of that is 100% scouted then? Because that stuff like that is just like unacceptable. It's if a player is 100% scouted, you should know about their release clause. Like, that is mental. That he's not 100% scouted, then is he? Oh dear. Maybe old knowledge. This is a brand new scout report. That's why it's in here. This is brand new knowledge. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, that's the reason he... Hang on, Lewis. No. He signed a new contract 4 months ago. With that, probably might have put that release clause in. But the reason he's in my report here is because it's a brand new report. Can't you see, like... yeah, completed on the 23rd of March. 22nd of March, which is today. So... But the thing is, if that was true, they would have negotiated with me and not gone straight to the release clause and locked it in. Sometimes you can get them for lower than the release clause, but usually if that's the case, they won't just lock straight into the release clause. That's my experience with it anyway. Also, the max asking price, though, should still be the release clause, shouldn't it? Like, the max asking price surely has to still be the release clause, given that's literally what they asked for. So, it's still nonsense, either way. Carvalho. 4 minutes. We do... The fuck? Did I just click something wrong there? Okay. I quite like what I see there. Bear in mind, he's only 16. Probably won't talk to us at the moment, but we do need some more CMs. If we offer 500,000, do you think I'll accept? All right. Let's try it. Although that might be because... yeah. Ah, dear. It's just broken, isn't it? It's just broken, isn't it? Right, these guys we've already put bids. Wait, did I put bid on them? Or did I go for someone else? Oh, no, yeah. Oh, hang on. Wait, whoa. No. Not doing that. Right. Lock that in. Obviously, we knew that it'd be higher than that. I'd probably still pay that. Who have we signed so far? No one. This isn't a transfer stream. We're just having a look at players. You're cheap, but probably won't talk to us because reasons. Although he's quite a decent player. Still want more info on him, perhaps. There's a player called Naked. Let's get these guys back around again. What was his team name? Aluminium. I do like that, actually. It's not heavy metal. It's light metal. Could I... Okay, there's no Naked, but could I interest you in Carl Koch? I think I can, right? I feel like at least we can go with Carl Koch. Bendy and conductive. Hell yeah. What I want out of all my defenders. Naked. Carl Koch. Come on. Middle name? Nah. Sorry, KK. Right. Spurs player. Weirdly cheap. Juma Kulwa. There's a lot of deep line playmakers coming through, I'm noticing lately. Gibril Fouquet. He's probably on loan from like Lyon or something. Alright, Monaco. One of those. I'll send him around again. Ooh, Vujic. Hang on a minute. Right. Oh, hang on. There was one guy that we signed last year that was quite good. Yeah, Alessio Del Piero. Sorry, Di Piero as well. He's one of the other guys we looked at. Where are tours? I don't know. Second tier? Third tier? Or French Regional Centre Val de Loire? What's happened there? Did they let Kev take over again? Is this what's happened? Right. Anyone who's been there a while. Right, you've been there 13 years. What's going on? Oh. Hang on. What? Here? What's going on? They won that in 2020. Oh, maybe they start really low then. Because if they won that in 2020, that means they must have been down here. For some reason, I remember them being a bigger club than that. What about you? Vujanovic. Oh. Surely he's a guy that we want to be looking at, right? Nice first touch. Finishing's low, but he's got decent composure. This is a bit on the low side, but he's only 16 and he'd probably be quite cheap. He feels like punt, if we can get him for around $1 million. The 6th tier. Holy shit. Did they get, like, administratively relegated or something? He's a ball winner, which means retrain him as a wing-back, I suppose. Passing a bit low. Yeah. Still worth it, though, I think. Because I'm worried that he's going to change his... He'll get, like, a new... Oh, they went bust. Oh, fair one. Mario. I mean, Mario what exactly? Because, like, that's just going to be, like, 10,000 people. What am I looking for specifically? There's 7,000 people called Mario. Hello, Pog. What trade did you say you were catching? What train did you say you were catching? 1:30. Okay. Could I have another coffee before you go? Well then. Well then. Got relegate. Okay, I don't remember that. Wemp. Now we're talking. Show me the wemps. Aw, Wales. Bunch of wemps. Kyle Dempsey, of course, our coach. Closest we're getting is Brees Wamba, who isn't he the... Oh no, right. I got confused there. Mr. Progger with the gifted sub to Anna Reith. You love to see it. Yeah, the problem with Mike is, like I said, there's 7,000 players called Mario, so I'm not sure what I'm looking for specifically in that. Same with Luigi. There'll be loads of people called that, but like so many that we won't be able to like look through them all. Because... Yes, Pog? What?
My nails match my top.
They do be matching your top. This is very true. Actually, less people called Luigi, but I must say, less people called Luigi. Lots of teams. Fabio Di Luigi. Luigi Stucky. Oh, dear. Luigi. The red Luigi. Pierluigi Nossa. Croque. Pisano. So with the gifted sub to Wemp. Klimp Wempsy. Oh. Gianluigi Buffon, obviously. Then just loads of people called Ludwig. Nordberg. Oh, where's all the Luigi's gone, damn it? Oh, there's like 150 of them. There's also a guy called Lugvi. Oh, dear Juliet. Well, he's still at Man United. Is there a trick to get the ball to assign more scouts? No, you just have to keep pestering them until they eventually say yes, basically. Ah, there he is. Has he signed a new deal? No, he hasn't, has he? Nah, there's no Pikachu in this save. We've checked a few times. So that's Juliet. Yeah, he lost the face. We don't know why, but he did somehow lose his face. He's the faceless man. What a wimp. Crucial attributes for an advance forward. For me, tent poles here. I like good dribbling, finishing, first touch, composure really high, decisions off the ball. Basically, anything that's highlighted here, really. Although, I don't think the passing's that important. It's nice to have, but I don't rate it that much. Speed, I think, is important, or height. If they're going to be... They have to be either tall or high. Tall or high? He looks kind of high, honestly. Look at that face. Tall or fast. That's my rules with strikers. You have to be tall, you have to be fast. One of those two. If they're both, quality. Oh, dear. Ash... Kethup. No Ash Kethup, unfortunately. Oh, dear. He's like the... Yeah, he's quite Pinedo, yeah. For sure. I'm going to assume there's probably not any Ash Ketchums either in the game, as it goes. Oh, okay, more than I was expecting. There's Fetcham Grove. Leatherhead Town. You'll have to see it. I'll just drop 5 points for that. Romanian lad. Oh, you mean Preoteza? No. The Priestess. As in the striker guy? No, we sold him back to Farrell in the end. Because he just wasn't suiting us at all. Andy Vyman is nowhere near going to be... there's no way he's still in the database. Wait, I better spell his name right. Oh, wait, am I spelling his name right? Oh, hang on, let me try properly. No. He would have retired years ago. Isn't he quite old now? Actually, he's probably not. He's probably one of those players that just never ages. I know Howard Bishop... Wait, Howard? What the fuck are you on about, man? Howard! Howard Bishop. But no Harold Bishops either. Got there in the end, and still no. Oh, dear. Pikachu won. Oh, okay, but regardless, there's still no... yeah. Okay, so he's actually interested, but this sort of stuff, again, this stage in my career, a 17-year-old goalkeeper at Zagwubin. We're in a Champions League quarter-final, and he's playing for them, and it's... I can't anymore with that. João Cavalli is going to purple us, but that's fine. We will just have to... Oh, he's not going to... What the fuck? He does want a lot of mad shit. That's absolutely not happening. But I will give you an intensive language course. Oh, come on. You're not... Piss off, mate. As if you're 16, joining a team that's in the Champions League quarterfinals, and you think you get to tell us that we could strengthen our attack. Have you seen our attack? You know, you should know him, because I'm fairly certain he signed from a club in your league. Oh, dearie me. Under-19 Norway. You can't do team reports on under-19 squads for national teams. So I'll have to refund that one. That's not how it works. You can only do clubs. Ah, dear. Right. Let's see. What else can I give him? I'm not giving him that. I'm simply not giving him that. Because you can't take that stuff out. I can bump his squad status up maybe and then just kill it with him later. But... Oh, come on! This is absurd. Right, pay bump, yeah. Just agree to it. Now, I'm not agreeing to this shit because it'll just piss him off and it... Ah, you know what? Fuck it, whatever. Oh, God. It just feels like it does just feel to me like this year with FM that player demands and stuff are so out of whack with reality in the game. Like, just completely out of whack with the situation your team is at. And it does genuinely feel like no matter what you do, your club will always be small, no matter how much success you have in that save. Whereas before, it did feel like there was reasonable reputation and growth at stuff that actually happened. Whereas now, this year, it just feels like they just assume that you're still the club you were at the start of the save, even if you've had 23 seasons and are now a European challenger. It does seem very odd. And I don't think that is really bad. Oh, the loan negotiations are useless. I thought they'd fixed it, and they had a little bit, and then it just was broken again. So, he'll only take a 3-year deal there. Hang on, I've got to just suggest terms here, because otherwise we'll end up pissing him off even more. He's Portuguese, so if he gets Portugal caps, then good for you, mate. Like, that right there should allow us to get this in, I would have thought. I'll dump a little relegation release clause in it too. Yeah, that'll do. So yeah, it's good. It's just, yeah. Start of the game or something. Okay. This is a response we get quite a lot. And my answer to that is, if the game is being released, it should be functional on release. And at that point, maybe it works now, but does that just mean fuck everybody who decided to buy it at launch? Like, to me, that is not an acceptable excuse from a development standpoint. If it's not ready, don't fucking release it. Simple. Like, that's what a beta is for, is it not? I realise that you're not actually making that argument. I just realised that that is something we do get often. It's just like, well, you should have started it. Yeah, I should have started it 6 months later. But like, that's not how this works, is it? Imagine expecting a product to be finished. Now, I can understand, like, certain elements of things that can be improved on the fly. But things like this that are clearly hard-coded in some way should be fixed at the start of the game. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you gave us money early? No, you're not allowed. Particularly if it's a yearly game cycle. If it's like a thing that comes out and then, like, there's a sequel 5 years later or something, then I understand. But it's a yearly cycle, which means that get it out, have it be working and released, because you're not going to have a lot of time to fix it. It's stuff like that is just not acceptable for a thing you're asking people to pay for. For me, anyway, personally. But that is probably the reason. So, whilst it was 77 players, it's a reason that's... Okay, hang on. It's the reason it's happening, but it's not a valid excuse for why it's happening, is my point, I suppose. Want to fix the second release? Yeah. Well, I mean, if they got a subscription model, then... it's an interesting topic, the whole subscription model thing. But if you're asking people to pay more money, which you will be, because that's how it works, because the subscription model isn't going to be it's not going to be £1 a month, is it? Let's be honest. They're going to want some serious moolah for that. Then they're going to have to deal with the fact that expectations will then be a lot higher. Because they can't go from a certain price point to a new price point that will emphatically cost more and then not deliver more content. Because if you do, you are only making you're only making it worse for people. Nah, you're right. It is probably because of that, yeah. Like, no, they're not building it from scratch at all. It's just built, as you can tell from the fact that bugs persist through the versions, that it's not being built from scratch. It's essentially just being updated, really. Just mod FM22 for the new save. I mean, how do you mod it? Oh, I see what you mean. Just start FM23 with FM22. Just draw FM23 over the top of it. Yeah. Oh, so we're getting Carvalho at least. Even if he is a bit of a whopper. But we can adjust that later. Isn't it already a subscription model? In a way it is. It's sort of a subscription model that's like £30 a year. But what they mean is more like games as a service, whereby it's not a new launch. There'd just be a game called Football Manager, which you would download and you would pay probably monthly, because that's how these things usually work. And it wouldn't be like a new release cycle. There'd just be updates constantly. And then that would persist forever, rather than being like FM23, FM24, you know? That's basically what they mean by that. But at the end of the day, subscription models are very lucrative, which is why companies like Adobe pull this kind of crap, but they're also extremely predatory because they fuck people. They cost more money. Subscriptions cost more. They just always do. Buying things outright is always cheaper than a subscription, I would say, for 99% of things. Probably like £10 a month. Good. So what we're saying then is that it's £120 a year, which means that if the game is £35 usually on release, that means it better be 3 fucking times better, and there better be 3 times the amount of content and dev work that goes into it, which we both know is bollocks, which there wouldn't be, would it? It would be seen as nothing more than a money grab. Oh no, it would be hypothetical, but I have seen people talk about it. Well, Adobe, believe me, as someone that deals with Adobe licensing, because I have Creative Cloud for, and I get part of it tax write-off because obviously it's for work, but still, it's, yeah. Yeah, I think they would be absolutely, need to be £3 a month. So £3 a month would be £36 a year, which would be roughly in line with the base price of the game. But, yeah. Aren't training the Nomads tactic. Really? Oh, you're right. I'm not, am I? Fucking great point, HC. I think it would be fun. I think that it would actually... Do you know what would make it worse? I reckon they'd use a sales funnel. I reckon they'd sell different versions. There'd be a version that's £5 a month, which is the base version. There'd be another version that's like $8.99 a month or something, or $7.99 a month, that's like got some mad extra shit, but it's advertised in a way as a sales funnel. Or there'd be like a £15 a month option, where the idea is actually not to get you to buy that one, but to get you to buy the middle range option, which is still overpriced. It's the way that cinema drink prices work. That's probably what they would end up doing. And if they did that, I would be done with them. Because that's a lot of how these systems work now with paid subscription models. They'll have a cheaper option, which doesn't have a lot of features. They'll have the one they actually want you to buy, which is still overpriced. And they'll have a massively expensive one to make the other one look cheaper. But again, this is all hypothetical. So, but, oh, nice. That's kind of sick. Well done, Arboleda. Oh. Why is determined a bad thing? I'm determined. Wah. Ah, dear. Yeah, even at £5 a month, it would still be too much. Unless there was something noteworthy in it that made it go, oh, okay, I understand now what we're paying for. If it was £5 a month, you're looking at, as you say, £60 a year. That, yeah, exactly that, Mr. Jason, yeah. Hey, Vice! That would be too much, to the point where... It's all about value at the end of that. But the thing is, right, and this is where some people would get a bit cross on it, right? Not cross, what they would get sucked in. Because when you look at the price you paid for FM, and you look at the number of hours you've played on that game, and then you divide them, you can work out how much it cost you to play per hour. So their argument would be, look how cheap it was initially. They're due a price bump. And my point to that would be, bullshit, that's not how this works. If you have established a price point and then you change that price point with absolutely zero additional incentives, that's bullshit. But that's the argument you would see made quite a lot were that to happen, I suspect anyway. The Belgian gang, yeah, actually, shit, we're only 3 days away from it right now. How's it going, Vice? How are you on this fine, warm Saturday? Saturday, my apologies. We were just talking about the idea of FM becoming a games as a service subscription model. Hypothetically, of course. There's no reason to suspect that would be the case. Play for a month or two at release, precisely. But the thing is, they probably would want to do that because the way their mind would be, hey, if we do this now, people might just forget about this. Most subscription money is earned by people forgetting their subscriptions. I still have a Strava subscription, chat. I just keep forgetting to cancel the damn thing. I'd love to see a football-style D&D type of game. Or like I'd love a football roguelite. I would love the shit out of that. That'd be incredible. I don't know how that would work, but it'd be fucking amazing. Yeah, gym membership, exactly. Cancel it right now. I would, but like, I'm at work. That's quite a lot of money, actually. Oh, it's non-negotiable. If they were offering me like a good amount, but yeah. Based on active playing hours, yeah, but you can't really calculate that. Apologies for the face cam stuff. That's the processing on FM, weirdly. There is actually a few turn-based footy games. But what I'm thinking of is more like a roguelite style. I don't know how that would work, though. So you have your player and you go into matches, and the matches are sort of randomly generated, and you get better through that, but it's like you can sort of get... I don't know. I don't know how it would work. Like, yeah, like Blood Bowl, but... You know what kind of... Like, where I'm thinking with this? I want, like, the Hades of football. Even a card-based one, like a deck builder. That'd be amazing. I want the Slay the Spire of football. Football Binding of Isaac. Exactly, yes. I want football peggling, damn it. Sabuti on PC. Yes. Yes. To be fair, we're basically playing that now, except without the control. Yeah, it has to be called Dynamic something. Debutant. Oh, he got his first. Wow. This is my point. Patrick Christensen just got his first cap for Denmark. He's only 18. This is a guy. Yeah, exactly. A bit like that. Right. Anyone in here that's noteworthy? I swear I just... Mark Craven, 45 million. Why are you showing me him as an A player when he's 45 million? Is that just because we actually have the money? Oh my god, he's really good. But he's not 45 million good, is he? If this guy's at a different club, he's 15 million. And I don't want to buy a guy from Man United, as good as he might be, for 45 million pounds. That's just such a waste of our money. Well, we could develop a guy to be as good as him. Although he's got very good determination. It's a good name as well. No, incredibly not a Welsh international. Born in Barmouth. Personality. Yeah, he's driven. If I were to try, I don't think he'd go for that somehow. Something tells me he might not agree to that. Oh, yeah, we're going to get all these as well. 45 million out the meme budget. Yeah, it doesn't quite extend that far, does it? So with this guy here, they're expensive. And I think it's just because technically we have 90 million in the bank in the transfer budget. So this is still going, oh, that's a good signing. But it's not, obviously, is it? I wouldn't want it to be in the style of FIFA as the journey. I'd want it to be like what my player could have been. What those game modes could have been. Ah, thank you, Howard. It's interesting. We were just talking about the name Howard earlier. Welcome aboard, Howard the Duck. That is a very strange film. It's a very strange film. Didn't have the one from Back to the Future in it, or am I thinking of something else? These guys can go for the moment. But you can see how it's the same names again. Just need to get a little bit more information on them, and there might be something viable with some of these guys. Although, there's a really expensive guy here at, oh, hello, CM, AMC, his middle name's Vaj. Chat, I think we're onto something. Also, there's a guy called Sondra Grinder here. But more importantly, let's look at the Vaj. Please be a good Vaj. Please be good. I mean, we said we wanted to find some new CMs. I do wonder if Martin Vorger Nilsson could be one of them. And we do love Scandi CMs. Bit about time we got a Norwegian in there. Finishing's not great. Composure's good, though. Solid physicals. Good-ish mentals. That is great Vaj. That is some nice Vaj right there. All right. He might cost a bit, but I'm actually willing to do it. I think he's... Turns 19 on Christmas. Does he really? Santa Vaj. Anyway, means he'd be homegrown for the summer, though. No CMA. It's composure. Finishing is irrelevant for the CMAs, I find. The composure's so much more important. Oh, whoa. Yes, please. 4.3. Done. Done. I was expecting to be like 8 million. Martin Vaj. There's a shopping centre in there? I'll take that. I like him a lot. Like, his finishing could be awful. Oh, in 2 days. Oh. Oh, well. Screw it. He's got okay composure. He's quite a short boy, but I think he'll be a decent option for us. Want to lead to play in a better division? Just upset them, honestly. How's it going? It's going good, Butter. It's, well, it would be going better if Scotland weren't being so damn good this year, but, you know, you don't always get what you want, right? Merkenstein's very expensive. We already looked at him, didn't we? I just want to see some other guys whose names I recognise and we've got more information on. This is a big chunk of guys. Oh, it's him again. So, neither of these two would talk. Oh, hello. Where'd you come from? Hello, Antonio Jesus. Goalkeeper, Lucas Anderson. All right. There's just no information, is there yet? Still. Inexplicably. Swanetsky, I'll keep him on the short list. Oh, no, he would go automatic. I'll just send him around again. Maybe he'll come around, because I do quite like them still. What about this guy? Elmond and Röner. Very expensive. And not very good, honestly. Chelsea might have done. We were going to check after the, after next gen, basically. 2 of your favourite players in this save? Oh, I could certainly do that. We'll start with... I think... Try it. Don't worry, I've got the next one. No, Ricky Rolls is the second one. I had to pick 2 this time, so we had to really... to be sensible about these things, right? Or is that called Randy de Jong? And also, I think we'll go for the second one. Oh, look at him. Look at him. It's weird seeing that he actually has a face now. What a guy. He will just never give you up. He's not going to turn around and desert you. It's just not going to happen. Catch you. Nice one, Jack. There you go. Lovely news. The shit Italian guy. Oh, you mean Maurizio Bulchetti? It is very low determination for someone who doesn't give up, but look at the flair on him. That's how he does the dance. It's nailed it. You'd love to see it. Sorry, but it's a thing we do when someone asks to show our best player. We have this agreement that we will always show Andy or Rick rolls. It's just the rules. Chat will get annoyed at me if I don't. Actual best player at the club probably is not listed there because apparently he's unavailable. Probably Doran Niakshu. Not... sorry. To give him his full name, you mean Justo Cornejo. I can't not do it. It's the rules. So he's quite decent. I say quite decent. Best thing about him as well is he was on £87,000 a week, had like 6 months left on his contract, and agreed to a contract on the same terms. Basically, I gave him a little bit more just because I always felt bad. There he is. There he is. There he is in all his glory. Justo Cornejo. Give him to me. Right, Pog. Go for the high five there. Yeah, bruv. Dab on it, Wagwa. See, they've got bad whips.
They've got bad whips.
What a great name. Right, so he's rubbish. Although we'll send him around again anyway because I feel... You're right, Pog. Falling over. Careful, bruv. Oh, Vujanovic is back. Don't know if we actually got any more information on him this time around. A little bit more. Still only 30, and I've got him training crossing as well. That's the mad thing. Show Rick Ross again, laying chat down. You think I should have just gone back round again? How do I... I've literally forgotten how to spell Sebastian Hansen Paulson's name. Just need more people like Thyzy, really, don't I? Still, he's got 3 years left on his deal. I think he's just been such an absolute loyal servant. 250 league games for us. He's got 157 league goals for this club. That's insane. He's been nothing but brilliant over the course of this save. I don't know how many goals he's got in all competitions. It must be close to 300 by now. Yeah, I think he plays in a much deeper role for Denmark. It has to be. How many goals has he actually got? 227 goals for Treaty United does Thijs Fries have. Emmett Doran has somehow, for whatever... Why has our greatest ever striker been moved to the bench? He's got 400 goals. And the game's like, nah, bench fodder, obviously, in it. It's also weirdly moved Bart off of the goalkeeping thing here, presumably because of his rating? Or something? It has to be because of the ratings, right? Because otherwise Lubin wouldn't be in there with his 333 appearances. Bart has 500 appearances. In fairness, the only reason Emmett's is so much lower is because he played a lot more later. And we brought him off the bench a lot for the memes. Vinny was pretty good for us, though, in fairness. Alaku, actually, Alaku, look at that. 491 games. He's going to take over the top appearance spot by the end of the season. He could probably get to 600. How about won the cup? Which cup? We have won many cups. But if you mean the Champions League, then no. More goals and games. But he had that before, I think. So it's kind of weird that it would now update it like that. But, oh well. And Doran did have some weird thing. Won the chip. What chip? I haven't won the chip, no. Let's see. Geronimo, what a great name. Geronimo Blogic. Man's going to beat you up and then write about it online on his GeoCities website. There's a guy called David Willian here. Yeah, no, we haven't won the champ. We've been in a final where we lost 3-0 to Chelsea. Oh, you're an inside forward. Actually, no, you're not an inverted winger, but you're still kind of useless to it. Actually, his tackling's really good. Good on both feet. Good tackling. Hello, David. Passing's decent. Marking's awful. Positioning is... I'm surprised he can even find his way to the pitch, honestly. But I'll keep scouting him. Most of these guys, again, are just too low. There's so much here. But they're just not getting any new knowledge on them. Maybe it's just because there's too many good players this time around. Here we go. Now I can finally start dropping some of this off. We've got to be ruthless this year. There's too much quality. Paolo Vinicius coming through. Yeah. Know all about him, apparently. Ooh. Carvalho's dropped off a little bit, but oh well. I still think there's a good player under there. I like what I can see. Oh, wait, hang on. His composure said 10 to 14, and it's 9. Fucking hell. I'm certain his... Oh, no, hang on. That was the Norwegian guy, wasn't it? That was the Norwegian guy. Never mind. I think it was the Norwegian guy. Was this 10 to 14? 10 to 30. Yeah, I think it was this guy. Never mind. That was my fault. Chip, I've never heard that before. No. Is the MLS a database in this? Hang on. Is the MLS a database in this that you have in? Hang on. So I haven't added anything to put the MLS on or anything like that. So American players will gen at the same rate as anywhere else. As in, I have it set up for them to be so that the top players from MLS clubs will be visible, like the regens and stuff, but nothing beyond that, basically. Yes, Pog. What's up?
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh yes, very soon. They
Oh,
are
fine,
building
okay.
it
Fair
now.
enough. Fez Dogger! Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, my brain actually crumbled a little bit there too, Jason. Oh, your hair looks lovely, darling. I'm now being flipped off. You did no such thing? There was no evidence that you pointed it out. No, the MLS isn't loaded or anything like that. There'd be no reason to. Just waste computing power at this point. This guy's actually going to accept it. Oh, look. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that was the, the trial offer. No, it is still buggered. I've got some drops and stuff. I'm just going to try and sort it out like that, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I'm just kind of getting used to it at the moment. Hopefully it will clear up soon, though. I'm kind of hoping the heat on Monday and Tuesday will help me out, honestly, because that's what caused it in the first place. But it's been kind of mild the last few days. Right, future prospect. Get rid of all this. He doesn't need this. Doesn't need this. Doesn't need this. Go on. No language course needed. That's fine. Future prospect. Lovely old jobby. Oh, he wants 5 years. Good stuff. Right, okay, so 8.5k means if I give him about 12, then I can dump that in, dump that in, dump that in, hit him with the 3-year boat. Bam, bam. Just, yeah, just melting. I mean, the real players won't be in the database. That doesn't mean that at all. Okay, so when I load my databases, I don't have the league switched on, but I load the players from the top division clubs in every nation. So MLS would have top division clubs, ergo those players would be switched on. But all the real players would have retired anyway because we're in 23 seasons in. Well, okay, there's Makoko still playing, I think. That's how I do it. I might mention that in the scouting video as well. Because I think this scouting method works way better because of the way we've set up our database. I feel like if you didn't have other leagues, if you didn't have the players switched on, you might not find as many. And you would obviously have to have add players to play all clubs turned on. Although I think that only works for the start of a save anyway. Right, it's 1 day before FM Christmas. Which means, chat, I need to know your Mexico Monterreys. I'm going boring. I'm going Manchester United English. Real boring, I realise. But I just feel like it's one of these boring years. It just feels right. One of these days it is actually going to be Mexico Monterrey again. Treaty United remain. Oh, imagine if we finally had someone number 1. Niakshu's too old. It could still be someone like Valev? Maybe it could even... I reckon Christensen will be on there. Scottish Hearts. Cameroon Marseille would be fun. Might still be about. That would make him 41 now? Just to realise that for a second. He'd be 41. Alright, let's do it. We haven't actually got the thing through yet. Hang on, I'll quickly look that up. What was his name? Can't be too many lads called Paxton knocking about, right? Make sure I get him right here. Paxton. Aaron. No. So he would have retired, presumably, or was never there to begin with. Well, Treaty do in fact have 7 dudes on the list, but the winner is Malcolm. Fergus Malcolm of Southampton. He's the striker that they bought off of, I believe, is it Dundee United? St. Johnston. Yeah, not striker. He's a midfielder. Ah, that's a shame. The next peg got... Wait, what? The Bosnian... Who the hell is Monsivais? I don't know who that is. The next Pep Guardiola. Oh, does that mean he's going to be a really good manager? Yeah, the fact that... Wait, hang on. The fuck? This guy... Oh, it could be a generated player. You're right. It is! Oh, he was at PSG. That's why. Wait, no. But he was briefly. The next him. I mean, is he amazing? You could have Malcolm in the middle. Saints literally do have Malcolm in the middle right now. Right there. They've got Malcolm in the middle. Great news. God, there's a Scamrock Rovers player that... Oh, by the way, you couldn't see this. Sorry, could you? He came through at Scamrock. Like, he's a youth prospect of the Scamrock Rovers Academy. Jasufi, Bekim Jasufi, is fifth on the next gen list. A homegrown player for Irish clubs. That's incredible. Well played. What about you? Central midfielder, 19 years old. Unfortunately, if they're 19 and over, it's kind of easy on £300 a week, though. Probably not. 1.1k a week. They've obviously had to bump his wage up a little bit. Hello, Pogs again. Ah! You leave my nip-nips alone. That is for me and me only.
That's how you lick both nipples for you.
No.
Yeah, lick up both nipples for you.
Fair play. Does he get one of those things they use on doors, the chains, and then link them together? Because if I had pierced nip-nips, that's what I'd do.
Why didn't you just say a chain?
No, not just a chain. One of those specific ones they have on doors that you slide.
So it's got it on the nipple there, and you can just go...
Yeah, you slide it across that one to unlock the tits.
Unlock the titties.
Unlock the titties, exactly. Let them be free. Next CD7, maybe. There's Banyos, obviously Justo Cornetto. Lukacic on there too, which is great news. I want latch nipples, chat. Got so many bloody Real Madrid players in it. Neslo as well. Love that. He needs more football. Free the nip. No, I've come round to Shamrock Rovers again now. They're doing no damage to Ireland at all at the moment. That's all about Sligo. Sorry, Sligo Rovers are the biggest issue right now. Bayern Munich player. Oh, hello. Ellermand. Left wing, left back. Good crossing though, potentially. Like that. Big fan. Free the tits. Damn straight. And so you should. A door knocker. Well, no, you can't have a knocker on a knocker, Bano. That's just too much, isn't it? Oh, hello. Ozan Chifchi. Winger. Also, wait. Let me look at the price. Yeah, it will be 6. Oh, they've got Anton Bear. I mean, I do like a good bear. We like bear facts around these parts. Good physicals on the bear here, which would make sense. Although he's only 5'4". It's a very small bear. Anybody else? Okay, here we go. Boguslav. What a great name. It's totally bogus. Boguslav Shikowski. Oh, hang on a minute, chatto. Ignoring this for a second. Look at his attributes. In fact, do you want to just try and buy him? Look, he's one of my Milan and Bayern Munich. What's this about? I'm going to just try and buy him. Yeah. $1.9? Done. What on earth? Because that implies I've looked at him in the past. This is the thing. You can't always trust those reports, but you have to sort of to a point. Marega, in fairness, is on loan from us, so he doesn't quite count. He's not a homegrown guy. Want to say this a legend for his nation? I don't know how I'd even find out. I mean, does it show, like, national legends on here? How do you even do that? He's actually decent. Well, I say punt because we can't see all his attributes fully. It's always a bit of a punt if you can't see them completely. Obradovic is another of our guys, technically. Oh, he'll be super expensive because Belgium. Oh, he's not that expensive. Overview. Oh, you can. Okay. So, Mexico. Overview general. There he is. Is that him? Yeah. So he is a legend. Legend of the national team. I didn't know you could actually look at that. National. I didn't know. It's weird that they're not so prominent. But I guess they're showing you other stuff as well. He's a good player. I wonder who it is, though. I haven't actually seen any Mexican chaps yet, or was the one further up? Like, who is this guy? Oh, he's Bosnian, isn't he? So... I still don't know who he is. Number 3? Number 3 is Mexican. So how could he be the Bosnian version of him if he's Mexican? Must be further down. Arboleda. God, that's weird that Arboleda's still on there. Aduane, Abradovic, Greek man here, but well, actually, also too expensive, but also too old. Oh, Utzon. I had a guy called... Wait, that's weird. I have a regen called Max Utzon that plays for my Sunioska team. That's kind of meh. He's come through at Vile. He's too old now for us to really do anything with homegrownness. He'd have to be really good. So this is Akin Teriyaki. Just thought that might be fun to show you. He could be a face in the game. Maybe? But I definitely have a Max Utzon on my other save. Oh, hang on. Oh, he's too old, damn it. Adrian Stavsky. I'll scout him, but at that point. Number 27. He's Cypriot. That's the Cypriot guy from Anathosis Famagusta. He must be further down. Where the hell is he? Must be on the last page. Another Brazil. Oh, another guy called Weber. Edward Weber. Decent attributes, but Fennec. Immediately got into Rocket League brain now. If it's a titanium white Ricky Fennec. Ashanu's on there too. They're all 19, god damn it. B18. Where's Bosnian man? Ah, there he is. Nenad Milojevic of Tromsø, of all fucking places. Nenad Milojevic of Tromsø is the next gen guy that they mentioned, who's barely on the list. Was he number 50? That's amazing. I'm still going to scout him because it's Tromsø, but some good players here. Look at this guy. A Thai guy! Tawachai Panya. Oh, wow. Look at the tackling on him. 17-year-old Thai player. That's more like it. Unknown. Watch him not talk to us. 600. I honestly, just fuck it. 600. Let's just go. I don't care with him, but you, Iyowu Shumu, is a goalkeeper with good reflexes and no aerial reach, but he's 6'3", which will improve. Low eccentricity, terrible first touch. Rushing out tendency is actually low. Who is the next pet? It would have to be some kind of Portuguese guy. The Panya guy. Panya guy is the Thai guy, isn't he? E. He's E rated. What's his second nationality? Oh! What a combination! Romanian and Beninese. Right. I reckon most of you have never seen a player who is Romanian Beninese. That is a new... I've never seen that combination of nationalities before. Romanian Beninese. That's cool. I kind of want to just buy him for that. If he's cheap enough. It's 500k compensation, so I just want to see if it's any cheaper here. It's literally not. Oh. Alright then. I guess I'll just pay the... Oh no, because the compensation has extra stuff in it, doesn't it? Fine. 600 then. Hey, Marius. Wait, is there a guy called Ken? Please tell me. Please, please, please. Oh, so close. We had 7 guys on the next gen list ourselves. And another coffee half arrived. Can I give you this piece of strawberry? Enjoy. It's a... Don't talk to me about tutus, B. I would know nothing about that. Oh, I think Mushroom... Yeah, he would be the only guy with that. There's also this guy, Maggie. Angelo Maggie. Oh, hello, Herrera. Here we go. Here we go. 6'1". Oh, I mean, that could be anything. He could literally be anything, honestly. We got Ken Livingston. Ooh. Again, with this, it must be that he's got a low potential ceiling. He's way better than that. There's also this guy who's Israeli, Niv Namias. Actually, 6'2". 10th poles are there. Look at his acceleration and pace. He's intriguing. I know he's 19, but... There's also a Haitian. Jean-Baptiste Dufault. Advance forward at Le Havre. Oh, hello. He's not bad either. He's a bit alright. Jean-Baptiste Dufault. Jermaine's brother. Speedy. Composure's a little on the low. The finishing could be really high. 6 foot. Great jumping. Look at that jumping reach for someone who's 6 foot. Like minimum 14 at 6 foot. Possibly even higher. There's also this guy. David Main. Oh, he's on loan from Chelsea. I was like, what a boring ass name for a Cypriot. Okay, some quality in there. That was exciting. Right, now we have to find out about Kieran Foley. Okay, seriously. Where is this player? Am I spelling his name wrong? I'm so confused by this. It's been over a year since he was poached from our youth academy when he was 15. Have Chelsea had their intake this year? It looks like they kind of have. There's some 15-year-olds in here. I don't understand. He has to come through at some point, right? How to the Porto game? The Porto game is in... We've got Waterford in the way, but obviously we'll sim that. Just search Foley. True, but it's been 2 years now since we got him stolen. No, he won't show... So they won't show up in clauses until such time as they actually exist in the game. Oh, that's not... There's 40 people called Foley. No. That's all the Foleys right there. Starting at Aaron Foley, going through till Ronan Foley. And he doesn't exist yet. No, they do come through. You can take a transfer history. I don't think that's how that works, is it? So he's clearly not there. Folly. Oh, is it Folly? It does sound a bit like Ronan Folly. I don't think there's any guys called Folly, is there? No, there's nobody in the... Oh, hang on. No, no one called Folly. It has to be Foley. I'm certain it was Kieran Foley. Maybe it's poached again. Imagine if that was a thing that could happen. Because if you go to clauses, it's... No, it's out, isn't it? No, wait, it's not. It's this. Yeah, so they don't show up here until they actually exist. So you see that we've got... I'm trying to find some of them. I think the only one that actually exists currently is the Brannigan one. Yeah, the rest are all deliberate sales. So the only current one we've got is the Kevin Brannigan one that's from Spurs. We found a couple of good guys. We found a Thai guy, Rickini. Surely has come through already. Well, that's what I mean. If he was poached at 15, surely he would exist by now, right? And he was... The reason we're interested, by the way, is that most times when you get a player poached, they're like... You see them and they've got like grey star potential. This guy had 3.5 star yellow potential, which... Given what I know about the way that players come through these things, means he could be outrageous. Because I've seen some guys that were poached from us have, like, for example, Brannigan, when he was poached, he had, like, grey stars in the potential, and yet this is what he looks like. How do we actually check them specifically to see if they've had their intake? Intake players come through transfer history. Okay, let's have a look at, let's look at that then. So Chelsea, transfer history, youth. Is this the one or is this a different one? Which implies that they have had the youth intake. So I don't understand where he's gone. Unless he comes through next year, but it's been 2 seasons now. He didn't make it, but... It doesn't make any sense to me that he wouldn't make it. It's just so weird. Okay. Oh, okay. So it looks like we're getting Svitkowski. Wait, who is he? Oh, he's the striker guy, isn't he? Slightly interested. Well, we'll see about that. Why would he have more interest in joining Bayern than us? He joined Dara, yeah. Maybe it could be next year. Only produce 5, yeah, but that... But to me, if they're poaching your players, that player should then be a guaranteed existence, I suppose, you know? But whatever, we move. Squad player, I mean... Actually, you know, with that kind of quality, I can't really argue with that. That's quite a lot, but he is probably going to be quite good. So, I think he's going to be undervalued. Sometimes you do find some pretty poggy talent in the next gen. Optional extension. I'm going to try and bung a 3-year in here. Hit him with a full 8. Okay, so... Oh, yeah, I need more than that. Because we've got to counter the wage clause as well. So I'll up it to 17. But it'll be worth it if we get 3 years there. Yeah, we go. Okay. Because we're outside of the window, we shouldn't have any issues with Bayern Munich. They want a loan back. When's your birthday? Oh, that's... Yeah, no, sorry. Wait. Wouldn't... He couldn't join us straight away anyway, surely. I'm just going to reject that because I'm not sure about that one. Panya. You play for Buriram United and you think that... Utterly mental. Just stuff like that. Just should not be a thing. We are Treaty United, Champions League quarterfinals. You play for Buriram United and you don't think, and you're only 17 and you think that you won't get the... But I bet if any other club of our level came in, they'd go. They'd be like, oh yeah, I must go. Big club. It's like... Oh dear. Oh yeah, that email will be long gone. The emails only go about like 90 days, if that. Go watch a game. It just doesn't work, does it? I've never... That used to work, but on this save it doesn't. Because it seems to be hard-coded that we just can't have certain players. Which is really annoying. He looks like quite a decent player. We're going to scout him, obviously. Keep him around. I'm going to remove him from the shortlist and then add him back again. Because annoyingly, this year they added that thing whereby if you interact with players, it adds them to a shortlist, but it only does it temporarily, and then you can't... Yeah. That's annoying. I quite liked him. The Bay, I haven't had a chance to know. Plus, I didn't think it was on a streaming service I was able to ascertain. What service was it on? That's the one about the chef, right? Mixed personality traits. Harkin, Egbo, Neslo, Marksman. That's actually right. He's a centre-back. Hulu. Yeah, we don't have Hulu in the UK, so I don't know what service it would be on. Max Galvin has got some new traits. Oh, he's got loyalty. Of course he's got loyalty. He's Galvin. How could he not? Or use torrents. I just can't be fucked with that at the moment. Like, it's all well and good. Yeah, I'd have to set up a torrents, and I'd have to get another VPN, and then I'd have to just effort for that point. Plus, I don't use torrents. I do use net, but I need to renew a lot of subscriptions for that, and that's just a lot of effort when I can just keep watching Elementary at the moment. But I do want to watch it if it ever came to a streaming service in the UK. Again? Come on, Manea. That's fine. He's got long enough on his deal to the point where he doesn't need one yet. He's got 2 years left. He's good, and he will get one, but not yet. He won't. Oh, chat, we're getting the vag. That's good. I like that. What about Schumer? But, ignoring this for a second, I just want the Beninese Romanian, right? That's my main interest here, is that because he's a Beninese Romanian player, and you don't really get many of those, and I feel like our meme budget is definitely linked for obscurity. Actually, let's just suggest that and see what he says. Right, okay. 8K. You know what? I might just do that. I don't think he's actually going to be all that special. I might just do that and not actually go too deep. Yeah, Pog and I have been watching Elementary lately. We tried watching it several years ago, but we're just really into it this time around. It's actually a really fun show. I've just been enjoying that sort of stuff at the moment. Is he Romanian Beninese? Good question. I think he's Romanian Beninese, technically. Because that's his first nationality is Romanian. But he might change it to get those caps for Benin. You never know. Morega's unhappy. Standard. More treaty mentoring crap. I wish I could turn this off again, but sadly not. Oh god, here we go. I'm having to do all these dialogue boxes again as well because I accidentally reset everything. Right, finally, we're nearly at Porto. We've got to rotate for Waterford. First time we haven't had a game in ages. Was there an international break or something? Oh! Boom! Youth facilities maxed out. Lovely stuff. It's got caramel syrup in it, Silver Red. Pog managed to find the same one they use in Costa. I like Desert X5. I like the first season of it, but it feels like after that they really lost it kind of really just didn't appeal to me anymore after that. But the first series was brilliant. Yeah, we're looking tasty facilities-wise now. Exceptional, exceptional, state-of-the-art, just average. Yeah, they're moaning ones. Yeah, exactly. Moaning ones. Monin. So that should help, I suppose. In terms of development, I think it should at least. It means that players will have lots of... Watch Emmett actually bring us something really good through this Youth in Tech. Hello, Pog. What's up? I know, but I'm actually at work. You don't see me ringing you up at work, being like, Pog! Look at our transfer budget. It's 107 million. I forgot about that. Oh. I mean, Emmett's Youth Intake's not going to be any worse than the ones we've already had, is it? So that's for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it was better work. Hey, it's my job, right? Don't demean me, damn it. Yeah, I hate that you can't improve the corporate facilities. It kind of sucks. Icarus, thank you for the 7 months.
What season are you on with Elementary? Me and other alpha have just finished season 5.
I think we're on episode 16 or 17 of season 3. So after the Kitty arc and onto that next bit, once Watson moves back in again. What are the previews normally? Hang on. Previews of... Oh, Youth and Day previews. It's like 3 months before, isn't it? So it's the preview usually happens when I'm doing the off-camera bit when we're out of Europe, we're waiting for next Europe. That's usually when the previews happen, I think. That's why you never normally see them on stream. Because it's usually... it's normally the down part of the season. But obviously, I'll put it in the Discord when we get it. Titan Stadium. They might be. I swear you used to be able to upgrade them, but I might just be, like, Mandela affecting myself on that one. Right, okay, so this is... Oh, wait. This is rotation. Actually, pre-use prospects might be better. Okay, we want Bilbia, surely. Yes. Arboleda, Hanush, Ramos, Gamps, Pedersen, Stojanovic, Neslo, Lukacic surely can't start here. I want to start... Vidal Martinez. Yeah, screw it. Let's do that. Keeps me motivated. The fact that we've not reached our goal. We haven't achieved what I want to achieve with this save, and I'm enjoying the dynasty. And also, it feels like people are still interested in the story that we're telling. And that's honestly one of the main things. If people weren't as interested anymore, to a real obvious point, then that would maybe have to be something to consider. But I'm still massively enjoying this save, and I hope you guys are too, honestly. Yeah, that'll do. God, look at those stars. They're quite low, actually, aren't they? It might. We'll have to see what happens when we get another stadium, because at some point we are going to get another stadium. Because ours is getting dangerously close to being maxed out for every game now, which means we should be moving into maybe dumping 40 million into a new stadium soon. Here for the region, staying for the banter. There you go. I was talking about this exact thing on Football Manager Therapy the other night, and oh, wow, we did not play very well there. Gamps Pedersen sent off after 5. Okay, Morton, chill out, bud. He does get a lot of yellow cards, doesn't he? Someone noticed this in the Loft video, that he had already got 14 yellow cards at that point when he fell out of the Loft. Here for Doris' last wish. Sligo finally didn't win. That's lovely news. Golden Age. Well, hopefully that Golden Age is going to continue. There was a really, really nice comment on, not last night's video, there was nice ones last night, but the one before, talking about how they really liked what I'd done with Nordic Nomads and how they were looking forward to me implementing that style for a new series on FN23, but also with the addition of the one-off videos. There'll be another one of those next Saturday, by the way, because I feel like that's how we grow the channel. That's how things progress for me, is being able to do the best of both worlds. And I'm really putting the work in to make that happen. I had a comment last night as well. There was basically something, and this is not a dig. It's the opposite of that. It's actually very flattering. It's just that I don't think there's an element of understanding as to how this is the case. So basically it was that since you're doing less videos, shouldn't they now be twice as long? My first point of that is they actually are longer than they used to be. They used to be like between 13 and 16 minutes. Now they're 25 minutes plus. So they actually kind of are. But also, long doesn't always mean better. If I can get the same, and also the content is twice as much for the most part. I've gone from doing 5 or 6 matches an episode to doing between 10 and 13 now. So actually it is double the amount of content, but it doesn't need to be twice as long because you can condense that in a way that I think is more entertaining and just glosses over stuff that doesn't need to be shown, but also shows things that are important at the same time. So I think there's an element of, like, at the end of the day, I am doing the same amount of work. It's just that it's coming out in less videos because I want it to be better. But there you go. But I realise that's difficult to see from the outside perspective. It's been really fun. No man's, I'm having a great time with it. Sligo only took 2 loans in the end, which is better than nothing. Fast editing. Yeah, exactly. like last night's video, this is the weird thing, folks. Most of the time, the recording file that I'm working with when we come down to a video, and again, like I said, this was not a dig at this person. I think it's simply just a misunderstanding of the where the effort is placed, I suppose. But most of the time, a Nomad's video takes me about between 2 and 2.5 hours of recording to do. So I'll be recording the whole time, and I'll keep stopping the camera and restarting it, otherwise because of silly import laws. Last night's video, despite being much longer than a normal Nomad's video, was actually only an hour and a half of recording, but there was so much stuff in it that needed to still be in the video that I felt was important for you to see, because I still thought it was entertaining, that it ended up being longer. That's what will control the length of the video, usually, is actually how good there's things to show you in it, rather than the actual output of the footage. Weird one, but yeah. That's why it ended up being so long. It was like 31 minutes or something. But that's the reason. I'll make a video. My aim is to make the video as short as possible. Genuinely. Because to me, if it could have been shorter, then I'm wasting your time. That's the... Managed to stone it? No. I always thought about it, but they never had that like big push to go and do it, you know? Same guys again, but they are slowly starting to come in. Sort of. But also not really. I think a lot of these guys are eventually just going to fall off the list, but they've just taken so long to be scouted for some reason. Oh, it's more than 50 players. Fucking hell. Back to the top. Do it in smaller chunks now, I guess. The draft VOD last night. Good Lord, Leaf. Man for free. Was it the Austrian guy? Because if it was, he wouldn't talk to us. But if it's not, then he'll probably come back around again. But there was an Austrian fella that would have that was free but wouldn't. He was on a youth contract basically. Baltic Buskers, no, Nordic Nomads. Well, I say Nordic Nomads. FM23 is going to be Blue Star. That was the plan originally, anyway. But now it's ended up coming out that way. Oh god, now he's been downgraded as well, hasn't he? He's still too good. He's still far too good. The FMT out. When does it come out? FMT. What's FMT? Am I missing something? I'm sure I am. That's my fault. FMT. Oh. Sorry, Maris. Yeah, no, it's not. I think Tony said Tuesday. I think. Cheap Moroccan at Bastia. Actually, yeah, and he will talk to us. No scouting knowledge, though. It's the problem. This guy's called Bontel. That is a great first name. I love a man called Bontel. Vujnovic has dropped off a little bit there. The rest of these guys finally fall off the bottom of the list a little bit. It's a shame. Oh, hang on, wait. I want to make sure that none of the guys from the next gen are on here, just in case. At least early due to World Cup. I don't know about early. I would just hope that there's some changes to it. FM23 is going to be like Geordie Short. Yeah, so think of the Nomad stuff, the little idents. That's going to be more like, think Footballers' Wives or Dream Team in its sort of tone. Hello, Pog.
I'm going.
Okay, have a look out for vests for me, please.
That's why I'm going into town.
No, because, no, you said you were going to go...
I'm going into town, literally, to buy you vests.
You're making it sound like I made you do this.
No, I decided to go into town.
Well, exactly, so...
Just for you. I'm doing it for you.
But it's...
Because I love you.
Don't you love it when people do a thing and then say that they're doing a favour for you?
No, I'm doing it for you because I don't want you to melt.
Well, I mean, I'm going to melt anyway. I am a snowman. But thank you. I do appreciate that.
I'm doing it for you because
I know.
love you.
I love you too. Oh, dear. Let's see. She's the best person. She's the best person.
Can I have love then?
Yes, you can have love.
Being
Well,
nice
it's
to
just
you.
an awkward height for love. All I'm doing is motorboating at this level. You do realise I'm going to start my own fucking marina here. Hang on. I've got an idea.
Oh no.
That's fine. It's fine. This will sort it.
That's a whole different thing. That's like TOS line.
I can't get up now. Oh, there we go. We're back. Oh, I think I was shorter than that before. I've grown. My girth is...
Right.
That is a TikTok. I need to clip that. Oh, dear.
Fucking hell.
All right, see you later. We'll get dirty later. Pizza, that is.
Yeah, I'm actually going to get pieces.
Yeah, I know. Imagine that.
Alright, back.
Oh, dear. Later, Pog. Big love, bruv. Oh, I hope someone clipped that. I tried to, but sometimes my clip button goes a bit funky. Oh, LSF. I would never want to be on there, honestly. It's... All of my fails are fails anyway. Right, let's... I don't think he's that good, but whatever, we move. Just get those guys done. Know who the Pepper player is? Pop. I call Pog bruv and mate all the time. We both do it. What's up, mate? It's just how we talk to each other. So Juliet, hang on. Oh, for the second time today. We just bloody love looking at our ex here, don't we, chat? YouTube series where you constantly mispronounce names and get geography wrong on purpose so I can enjoy reading the comments afterwards. I have a habit of doing that, right? When people are really petty with me and pedantic, I will just do it more. It's why I started saying the game of his life even more. It's just way more... It's just more fun for me at that point. I do still get people complaining about my pronunciations. It just looks even worse on them at that point because it's like, you're going after the person that puts probably the most effort onto that thing. Oh god, there's double clips here. What we saying? You do real. I'm gonna start my own fucking marina here. Hang on. I've got an idea. Oh, no. That's fine. It's fine. This will sort it. I went down quite a long way, actually. More than now that I think about it, this chair actually does go down a fair way. Pronunciations, yes. Let's see. What button? Yeah, Juliet lost his face for some reason. We're not really sure. We'll get reactions and comments. Yeah, because that's good for engagement, isn't it? Drinking coffee from... I don't know. I'll have to ask Pog. I think it might be actually Wilco's. Oh dear. I'll check them after stream because I've got to make some more stuff for YouTube later. Hello, Caffeine. How's it going? Oh dear. How does this mic slander always end up back in here again? Eh? Man can't go anywhere without catching strays. Penetration with Mikulich. Oh, for God's sake, mate! Stop it! Like, just every fucking month. I'm not playing enough, says backup goalkeeper. Oh. I just don't agree to a backup contract then, you blithering walloper. It's not a safe place for Mike. It is. We love Mike. Mike's the best. He's the creator I've seen the most recently. And I had a lovely dinner with him. It wasn't just me and Mike, although honestly, if it was, I'd have been fine with that. Hey, we're getting bogus. We're getting bogus. He is very Stanisław Garnice, isn't he? Without the potential. Champions League game. It's after the Waterford. Oh, no, it's today. It's today. Never mind. Oh, dear. Only way he can talk. That's not very... Me and Mike talk all the time. Talking to the DMs. The two people I talk to in terms of like FM community, the most would be Mike and Diz. And Diz, ever since we did that video, we've been talking all the time. And I always used... Me and Mike always talk. Oh. From B&M. Yes, that makes my war sense stronger. So there you go. B&M. We've got a couple of them. Right, yes, cup. Right. Okay, that's a lot of changes. But that's fine. We've got Norbert, we've got Valev, we've got Manea. Alaku to the bench. Although, careful of that. Where's Niakshu? Or is he suspended? Please don't tell me he's suspended. Yeah, he must be. Navio, Spack, Lukacic is good. Okay, so we do have a slight problem with the suspension of Niakshu, but then who was the one that played that lovely assist for Araujo last time around? Whereas Mate, he is on the bench. He's been slowly phased out a little bit, just on account of the fact that the other guys are just playing better and just are kind of better at the moment. I mean, look at the average ratings on these guys compared to Mate. Lukacic has just established himself, and Navio does such a nice job as a wide centre-back. So he's become sort of more of a backup these days. Who else do I want on the bench, though? I thought that was Kieran Foley for a second. Actually, I want Bilbia on the bench. Neslo would be a good option too, but I think we'll have Bilbia as a backup striker option. Although we've got, yeah, particularly with Manea starting. Right. Okay. They've got Prince up front. Sorry, the artist formerly known as Prince. I think I went after this guy. No, and he actually suspended, I think. He is a fullback. They pick up quite a lot. Have you forgiven him for winning the Champions League first year? We have no bad blood there. We both lost our final. It was 2-0 Mike won his final, which means that, in theory, if patterns persist, we should win our final 2-0 as well. Hopefully that final will be on Tuesday. But for today, we've got to try and get past Porto first. We should be good enough. Please insert Porto. I will, as it happens, Bill. We're putting that match on right now. Imagine if we poached him back from Chelsea. Maybe it was Emmett's impact. It was enough to bring him back from the dead. Or from the Chelsea. And yet again, no issues with graphics again. I think it was the crowd. I genuinely think it was the crowd. The OBS couldn't render the crowd properly when it was trying to make the videos because there's so much movement. And is it just me, chat? Or does the stream look clearer when we're actually in the matches now? It just looks different to me. MUFC ads, thank you very much for the follow. And I wonder if the crowd was causing some distortion and interference. Weird. I've still got it on like low settings, but that's interesting. Okay, so they're playing kind of a similar system. No, it will be another mate. That's just true. Oh, wait, yeah. Forgot we were still on that. There we go. I changed the crowd quality from high, or whatever it was set to default, and then down to low. Because I noticed that matches where we had lower attendances was less issues with the graphics. But the moment we came to play massive sold-out matches, that was when the graphics started guffing up. Always European matches. So it's interesting. As Valev hits the bar. Oh. The second leg against Juve in the end was 3-2 to us, 7-all on aggregate. We went to penalties and won it on penalties after battering them for the entire match. They scored 2 goals out of nothing. Just a standard thing. Standard FM, basically. We went through 7-all on aggregate. But we are, thankfully, here and up against Porto, which is even better. Because they were definitely the best draw of the round. Oh, look at Perez there. It's a lovely little cut between his legs there. I feel like over 2 legs, we should be the better side. But we've said that before. Oh, no! Just go top bins now, innit? Don't let this happen again. Please. Please, I beg of you. Just let us... If we're going to lose it normal. That's nice. There we go. Oh. Wait, hang on. We should win that. Yep. Go on, Araujo. Slip through Valev. Oh, it's not really the way we wanted that. Oh, it was standard FMing. You know, when we battered them. I think, what was our XG in there? It was over 3, wasn't it? To theirs was like 0.8 again. But life goes on. Thank God, at one point it looks like it was even worse. There we go. Radojic again with a nice pass. Oh, he's wide. Radojic really links nicely with Araujo. He keeps picking up some really nice passes for him. It's been a bit of a slow start to this game, actually, considering this is the home leg. We do need to be careful here. Oh, yeah, the Scots, yeah. Actually, I'll put on that one so we can keep an eye on the Champions League still. Celtic and Hibs are playing each other, and Rangers are... Oh, they got Dino Kiev. They got the best possible draw there. Juliet score for United as well, which makes it even worse. I might go play through the middle for the second half. Eripods, thank you very much for the follow. Oh my God. That was their first shot of the match, I think. Might go and win that. Yes. Demonstration of movement. Hey, you needed to know what movement was, right? Okay, so, yeah. It's plan B. Which is always that. And then after that, it's substitutions. We've been a bit Yeah, the other Irish sides are out now, unfortunately.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
There we go. Joe Phillipson, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you've had a great afternoon. Okay, come on. We've just had a 7-all. Are we going to have... It'll be a 0-0 now. What's this tie being 0-0 other than pens? Okay, right, come on. Valev's head. Put it in. Oh, my God. Valev seems to be nowhere near as effective at these as Christopher Carlson is, and I don't really know why. No one's playing that badly either. Araujo's struggling a little bit, but then... Yeah, I don't really want to shake him off because... I could put Manea on up there, maybe. Move Alaku there, even though Manea's... What foot is he? Reasonable left foot. Yeah, we have to do that, because otherwise... Valev's bravery, it is 7, so that could be a factor. Radojic is looking a bit tired, actually, but for some reason I forgot to put Morgan Pedersen on the bench because I'm an idiot. Fuck it. We're doing Choite wing back again. Draft was on Monday night, yeah. And the games for that draft, oh, come on next Monday. No, it's because he's got such high aggression. He's always annoyed at something. Oh. No, oh, yeah, he might be... Oh, of course he's... No, that was from the league, wasn't it? Fuck it. Bilby are on for Valev as well at this point. I don't know. It's just one of these games where we're probably the better side, but we're not seeing a lot of opportunities, really. We should still win this, but we probably won't. I mean, I'd take a 1-0 at this point, just so we've got something to take to Portugal with us. But it does have all the hallmarks of the exact same stuff we've been seeing in Europe lately. Less. Oh my god. Sao. Treaty 1, Porto 0, and it's Sao with the winning goal probably for us. Hey, I'll take it. I will take it. Oh, that was a really nice piece of play, the way we just sort of slowly worked it across the box. Everybody got sucked in. Lovely finish at the near post. On his left side as well. Good stuff. I'll take that. Maybe we've got time for one more. All right. We won the match, which is actually kind of good because of the coefficient. We deserved the win. I think we're good enough to go to Portugal and win as well. If we play even half as average as that, I think we should be good. But you never know with these things. But we won the match, which is important because of the coefficient. The worst thing, of course, is two Scottish sides are playing each other in the Europa League. So no matter what happens, Scotland wins. So it's 1-1 in that tie. I think 7... Oh, Derry City played against Derry City USL. With... Didn't he used to play for us? No, but he's on loan from Hammarby. All right, Derry. Chill. For what exactly? I think they just get that for having a clean sheet sometimes. That's certainly what it feels like. So, Hibs and Celtic drew, which is basically, no matter what, it doesn't matter, because if one of them had won, they'd still get the same number of points as them drawing each other. Rangers did win, though, which means that we fall even further behind Scotland now, even though we won. Actually, the gap's still not too bad. It's not awful. We're still keeping pace, obviously, because they've got to divide theirs by more teams. That's the only thing we have on our side there. Oh, God, what was his name? Oh. It was Iwamoto, this guy. Yeah, he's a bit good. And I didn't even notice that he was at Chelsea. Yet another striker moves to Chelsea in this save. Masaru Iwamoto. Hasn't really scored much for a striker, as they barely even played him. They spent 45 million on him, and they did play him a bit. Weirdly, he's played more this season. Look at that. PSG got him for 2 million, then managed to flip him to Porto for 20 million pounds, despite him basically not playing for them. They're so good at that in this save. Then again, so are we, to an extent. It does feel like it. Yeah, they get a huge bump just for having a clean sheet. Keepers, I find sometimes are also really harshly punished by FM for conceding a goal when there's like nothing they could literally do about it. I've noticed this a lot as well, that players getting penalised for a misplaced pass being passed towards them. I.e., I noticed Terry Cloutey, this will happen with a lot. A player will misplace a pass to Terry Cloutey, like massively, and the game says that he's the one that made the mistake, even though he's not done anything wrong. I guess they're implying that his positioning was wrong, but it just isn't. They're the ones that misplaced the pass, but this should be okay. No? Hanush. Like to feature in the first team. Well, mate, like, it's not my fault that they recalled your loan. Like, I would love it if you were featuring in the first team right now for someone, but I can't force someone to take you on loan, unfortunately. Right. Okay, we need to get the hammer down, because we've got second leg against Porto, and then probably, hopefully, with all... Oh, my... This is not good. Oh, God. And 2 feet Ganem as well. Oh, whatever will we do without 2 feet, chat? Couldn't even register him for the squad, bastard. 15 foot over his head. Yeah, it's weird like that, isn't it? Graphics doesn't display it as a mistake. That's great and all, but then, as I always say, if the graphics engine doesn't line up with what it's doing, then it's not fit for purpose. Yeah, it could be 2 feet, Ganem. It's like when you hold people go, well, it looks like that in 2D, but to me, if it's not like... They should be matching by this point. Otherwise, they shouldn't exist, almost.
So I tell the swamp donkey to
Lord Zook! Thank you very much for the follow. So this is a huge rotation. Christensen back in again. Bilbia again. Hanush. Oh, Alifazic is okay. Stanovic, Radojicic. No. No worries, man. That's awesome. Welcome aboard. I'll put Choitehu in there. We'll go Choiti left back. That's fine. Cool. Full rotation. Yeah. Has to be. Some of them will end up on the bench, which means they might come on for like 5 minutes, but it's usually okay. It's usually the starting that becomes the problem. Who's getting a name? Oh, Alifazic. Cool. Sick. Yeah, sorry. I get what you mean, though, Howard. Yeah. Nah, I don't really drink that often, honestly. I might have a couple of beers on Monday night during the, what's it called? Bloody... During the Super League. 5-0. Okay, Hanish just scored. Christensen, Bilbia. Valev obviously got one off the bench. There we go. I only really drink socially. I tend not to drink very often at all outside of, like, seeing my friends or something, or if I'm out and about at a pub or something, then I'll have a drink. But other than that, yeah, I think that's the first step for them. I mean, to be fair, they have been doing that, hopefully, anyway. But to me, it has to match up first before it can look better. To me, the first step to making it look better is making it match. And I think, in fairness, some ways this... Yeah, draft comp. I know. Longford are not doing well. They're up to 4th now, but they're not looking anywhere close to... Cabinteely at top of the league. That would be a turn up for the books. They've been in this they've been in this league the entire save, and the highest they finish is 4th. So Lukic is happy to stay now. No, but do tune in for the Super League. It's going to be really fun, honestly. Looking forward to it, particularly with that squad we've got. Any tips and tricks? Best thing I'd say, Lord Zook, is, you know what I'm going to say, chat. If you're brand new to the game, either manage the team that you support in real life. Also, 69 games unbeaten in real life. Can I get a nice? In real life, in the cup. Do manage the team you support in real life, or manage a massive side. Or if that's both, then brilliant, because you'll already know who the players are, and it's going to give you way more information about the squad. So you can then have a look at your squad and go, oh, I know this guy's good in real life. Let's look at his attributes, and then you'll be able to sort of see from there why the game thinks that he's good, and that will give you more of a basis point for actually everything else. And also, don't worry about trying to do too much yourself. So much of the stuff in the game can be delegated to other people, so you don't actually have to do as much. You can do as much or as little as you want, and honestly, at first, I would say just start with as little as possible, and then find the thing you want to try and learn, and then turn that on for you, and then try and learn that, and then slowly build it up from there. I still don't do most things. It's just, actually I do quite a lot, but that's, I'd say, the best way to get into it. Oh, yeah, that's the free guy. It's the Austrian chap who still won't talk to us, sadly. I think this is just going to be the same exact set of players now coming through repeatedly until we actually have some more knowledge on them. I am keeping an eye out, though, for any of those next-gen chaps, though. I suspect some of them might get stuck down towards the bottom as well. Yeah, there is a lot of choices, yeah, and that's the thing. FM's quite information overload at times. It's just a guy called Lane. I know he's 19, but hello? More like Lover's Lane. Full scout before? I mean, I don't think it's necessary at that price. What is his name? Lane de Oliveira Barbosa, born in Belo Horizonte. Sexy Lane, yeah. Attacking mid. I think we just buy him. 3.2. Did the last 32 before? How do you mean? Last 32 of what? I keep scouting him. Also Portuguese, which is actually fine. Yeah, we might get... I think he had a wage demand there, didn't it? Most of these guys are... falling off a little bit. Full scout. Oh, did I? Fuck. Oh, well. Given Krabs is back again. I'll just acknowledge that for the moment. Yes, here we go. So, as far as I know, you don't, Lord Zook, unless you accidentally become Lelujo, but that's a topic for another time. You're probably safe to not worry about that. Unless you manage in Finland, in which case be careful not to cup tie your entire squad to your B team, but that shouldn't happen to you because you have brain cells and I don't. Right, he's going to be expensive because Brazil, but he's also going to be quite good on contracts because Brazil. So we can get away with it a little bit. This could be the new Allen. But also, he's called Lane. You understand, chat, and I hope you do understand, that part of the reason I want to sign him is because his name is Lane. You can't really turn down a player called Lane. It's fine. It happens. It's one of those things that's just like natural. It's a meme buy. Oh, no. It's not a meme buy. I mean, hello. Like, he's very good. From what we can see about him, which we can't because lol. No, he's not a meme buy. He looks like a really good player. Penny Lane. What about Lois? Memes can be good. I mean, come on. I spent like, I tried to spend money on a meme earlier, but it didn't work. Yeah, no. Mate, you've got 2 years on your contract and a 3-year extension. You are not getting sod all from me, bruv. Alaku, you're losing your touch a little bit there. There we go. But then you still ask every single month, of course, because you've got to, right? So basically, the way that the B teams work, that's kind of cool, is... So, for example, I'm trying to think. Here we go. Nope. Where's the bloody thing? The one time I want to find it. There we go. So you'll get screens like... Oh. Basically, it's a great way of getting match fitness for the players in your first team, but also a way of getting games time for players that you aren't going to be able to use as often. It's just like a development cycle. You don't have to manage them. You can put your assistants or the coaches in charge of those teams. They'll still use your tactics if you want them to, though. And I would recommend it because it brings them through then playing your same style. And also, yeah, it depends on what country you're in, of course. And we don't even have a B team. We have just the under-19 squad. And that is broken in this save entirely anyway, which is just wonderful. Arbalader's ill. How many have we got now? 5 teams lead Irish national team projection. I love how we are technically in there, but only because of Chris McLean. Also, fun story. Paul Kelly is actually back at Shamrock Rovers again. So he was the guy that they came through really early in the save, was sold to Juve for nothing, was really good. We played against his Juve side in the Champions League once. Then eventually, he's come back to his stomping ground, which I just think is really cute. That after all that long career, 81 caps for Ireland, he came back to Shamrock Rovers. He's on 7k a week. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money. There's Tom Farrell, who came through at Sligo and then went to Norwich City. I noticed none of them are there anymore. Oh, God. Connor Gould came through at Bray Wanderers as well. Jesus. And Ray Travers is still at Bowes. Wait, hang on a minute. There is a guy playing for Bowes currently in the Irish national team. I'm going to shortlist him because if he gets poached by someone, I want to be able to stop them from doing it. Because he's tasty. Nice. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on him, with the idea being that if a big club comes in and tries to buy him, then we just take him and then loan him back to them. Like we did with Daniel Steen. We've not actually done that at any point in this save yet, as it goes. We've not done a full Daniel Steening. He's not 21. Wasn't he? Alright, well. 21. Oh, yeah, he does look a bit like sort of Lando Norris's son. Almost. Hey, we're getting Lane. Good stuff. There's just too much to like about this guy for me to not try and sign for 3.2 million. Put my promising youngsters. At that point, I would have no idea. Wait, what? Yeah, mate, I was trying to loan you out. No, for God's sake.
You see this?
There we go. Ignite OCE. Thank you very much for the follow. First name was Bootle. First name was Bootle. There was a guy called Bontul. Oh, you mean Bontul. The South African guy. Bontul Manaka. Him. I think Lane could be a really... Yeah. So my best thing I would say for you about tactics, Lord Zook, is don't try and make them yourself yet. You can do it, but I wouldn't. I would go on one of the many websites, the fan sites like FM Scout, FM Base, Sort It Out SI, Passion for FM, or try one of my tactics if you want, and just download a tactic, because I think you might get frustrated otherwise. And it's best to maybe just try a downloaded tactic to start with. Then when you start succeeding with it, have a look at why maybe it works, and then maybe start to try and build your own one from scratch. There's no shame in downloading tactics, particularly when you're brand new to the game. I would recommend it, honestly. It's what I did when I first got the game. Well, not straight away. Once I realised I could. But that's what I would say. It takes a lot of hours. Bear in mind, I have like 7,000 hours. Not in this game specifically, but in the whole cycle of FM. And I'm still shit at it. But there's some people who put their emphasis in certain places. I learned more about other things than this. Some of the presets are pretty good too, but I feel like, honestly, I would say you might be better off still downloading a tactic than using the presets, because at least then you get an idea of why other people are doing things. Whereas with the presets, it's... I feel like you'll learn more from having other people's tactics than using just pure the presets. Bust the Net is really good as well. Really good. I actually learned a lot about tactics from Bust the Net a couple of years ago. But if in doubt, Gegenpress. Doesn't even have to be a 4-3-3, but yeah. Right. Porto. Here we go. Second leg. We're 1-0 up, so it looks good. Nyakshu's back too, which means he was suspended for the last game. Where's Manea? Oh, he had that injury, didn't he? Which means Aluku's back in. Right, who do I want to make sure that we've got on the bench? I want Bilbia this time, and I definitely want to have Morton Gamps. Oh, no, we don't need him now because we've got Radojicic. I do, however, want Bogdanov. Or is he already on the bench? He's in here somewhere. Because I don't really want Choi. Or, hang on. Let me think about this a sec. He's definitely in there. I saw it. There he is. I want none of that. And I want Neslo on for Choi. That's more like it. There we go. Big Bontal moment. Oh, God. It means beauty. That's kind of sick. Improved tactics. Okay, so try to think of it less like football and more like a game. And what I mean by that is that inputs and outputs are creating variables which are then influencing what you're seeing. I know it's a bit like breaking the mold a little bit in terms of breaking the spell of the game. But if you're going to make tactical tweaks, watch games on comprehensive or extended so you can see more about what's going on. Maybe try 2D so you can see things from above. If you think, oh, that's kind of interesting, and try a thing out, make 1 or 2 at most changes at a time for each game. Because if you do too many and something works or doesn't work, you won't know why it works or doesn't work. The smaller the number of changes you make, the more you can increment your way towards something decent or potentially even regress, but you'll know why it's happening. So small changes and then go, oh, okay, I kind of like that. Just keep that one, disregard that one. Next one, make a slightly different change here and go, okay, that one didn't work so much, because so you can revert that one and start with something new in the next one. Ooh. Oh, dear. So, yes, we are second leg against Porto, Scott. We won the first leg 1-0, despite dominating them. Standard. Oh, is this the new Norwich away kit from earlier? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier on stream. Amazing. Auto rolls, never. Never. So basically, the only reason you'd use auto rolls is if you plan to change your mentalities, which honestly, I wouldn't really... I never, ever do this. So automatic basically means that their role will be set by what your team's mentality has, right? So it's best to actually tell them what to do. So, yeah. So if you were to put it on, like, very attacking, then they would go to attacking or something. Well, I don't really know how it connects because I've never used automatic rolls. So it's always best to just pick their actual role. Particularly as that means that you have more freedom to change the stuff around. Oh, dear. What I would say, Lordzu, is give this a try. Let me find a link. Don't suppose anyone has a link to my tactic. That would be weird if you had that right to hand, wouldn't it? Let me find you a link to this. It's on the Steam Workshop. Just so you can see. How do I fucking do this? I wish there was an easier way. Did I even do anything? There we go. Community, workshop, content, workshop items. Apologies, chat, one sec. Wow, this has been downloaded a lot. Thank you. So basically, it's not about situational. It's more about their general... so you can actually learn a lot by... Here's the link to the tactic. Yeah, I need to make a command, honestly, but that is the tactic link. Best thing I'd say is read these. So when you hover over it and it says attack, watch what changes between attack and support. So with support, provide angled through balls from out wide, still crosses with the opportunity to arrive. But then when you move to attack... they will move further forward and look to overlap more and get crosses in from the byline. But one thing you'll also notice when you change those roles is that on this, there will be different things highlighted automatically within it. So if I change this to support, watch how certain things around here now change and free up. There'll be some things that are hard-coded and some things that are not. I know it's a bit dense, but yeah. Basically, they all mean different things. But... this is quite an attacking-based tactic as well, so bear that in mind. Actually, it's not as bad as it used to be, in fairness. Yeah, I do need to make a new tactics command, actually. No worries at all, man. If you've got any more questions, drop them in chat. I'll do my best to solve them, but chat will also help out loads as well, because they're good like that. You're good boys and girls, chat. Right. Yeah, I do need to make a command for it. I'm going to make a video about it next week, but I'm doing the scouting video first because people ask about that so much. So we might get Saturday videos for the next 2 weeks in a row because the tactics one won't take long to make, although I am still going to do some fancy shit with it. FPL, yes, I am going to do an FPL league. I know Owen asked me about this the other day. I do need to make a new FPL league. I didn't really play FPL much last year, but I'm going to take it more seriously again this year, so that's going to be good. Orikeva, thank you very much for the follow. Hello, Dan. How's the pre-season going? Some of us are, others are done for a bit more. No, it's fine. There's no ball busting today. Have you noticed that Rob's not here? Any bets for FPL? You're right, I should, didn't I? Last time I was finishing above Pog, wasn't it? Which I did, in the end. I'll have to see if my mates are doing an FPL league this year as well. Because I completely forgot about it last year. Right, okay, here we go. Let's do it. We need to just not lose. Anything but a defeat, we're good. I'd like to win, though, because I think we're good enough. And that will probably set up a nice little... Yeah, I must say, a lot of people were actually saying that, Daz, which is weird, because when we left Tromsø, a lot of people were like, oh, I don't know if we're going to be able to pick up a new club. And then it took like 6 months, and suddenly everyone's aboard the Sunniuska train. It's brilliant. Yeah, I tend to basically, when I'm building tactics, my plan always is, I use the... Oh, hang on. Oh, come on. Is this the beginning? Is this the beginning of that today, is it? Oh, I assume you're a Shamrock Rovers fan, Orikeva. Believe me, you wouldn't have liked what we were saying about them several seasons ago, but luckily we've come round to them now. We like them again now. We've come back to love them. If anything, they've become one of my favourites in this save now. Oh, dear. Right, clear this away. Right, Lindy, that's fine. Oh, that's a nice pass, actually. Except we've got nobody for... Look at that, he's just skinned his man. Lindy's coming again. Valev's not going to catch that. He's not the speediest. He's not slow, but, you know, getting that 6'5" frame up and down the pitch is quite difficult. Oh, dear. So, yeah, it will be Finland next in the save. Iceland is not happening at all because of time constraints. I'm probably going to have some kind of narrative bit where basically he can't go back to Iceland because of what happened when he was in Iceland before. So we hit Finland and then Sweden. And then that will hopefully be where we go to finish as Limburg's in again. And it's saved again. The closest club to you. Oh, fair one. Oh, dear. Iceland melted. Soz, bruv. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what a save. Oh, God. It's going to be one of these games, isn't it? Do you know what, chat? I think the goalkeeper is about to have the game of his life. Just a thought. That's a free kick to Porto, apparently. Okay. Well, we started off well. I've been encouraging them when we were winning, technically, so I need to stop that. Oh, no, not a set-piece goal. I beg of you. Oh, bloody hell, that was pretty close, actually. Oh, Sal's done well so far. Sjøngård. Oh, my lord. Volcano erupted, so we can't go... Well, I was going to base it on, like, the fact that when he was in Iceland last time, there was that issue with the whole, you know, kidnapping thing and the fighting and that sort of jazz. Valenzuela, good touch, good touch. Oh, you're a Forest fan, sick. Oh, no. Whoa. Oh, as fucking if. Ah, dear. How did he find that acceleration from that? Why did the keeper do that in... I can't. It's just... Why does it feel like Europe is so chock-a-block with this every year? Why can't we just concede a goal where a player beats our attack and just goes through and scores? Why is that so hard to score on FM? Are you serious? Oh my god! Oh, ball in. Valev scores. That's more like it, but those ones can go in. It's 2-1. Stefan Valev. Oh, come on. We're back in front again. Oh, dearie me. Bloody hell. I thought there might have been a bit of offside. We've been the better side, but, like, thank God we've got that. To be honest, if we didn't have the near post thing occasionally, I think we'd never win a game. Sir title got to his head. True dat, true dat. I'm still going to say that we're doing well, but yeah. A little offsidey. How could it be offside? It was a corner. Oh, because of the player near the line. Yeah, it could be, actually. I just don't know. Far post OP, apparently. Straight down the middle, in fairness. It's a good header. Really good header. But as usual, they're just able to score goals. But we cannot seem to... Oh, no, we scored the one from the corner, but we just seem to require 3 or 4 times as many chances to score the same number of goals as our opponents every single game. Particularly in Europe, it seems. Right, interception. Here we go. Oh. Like, in that tie against Juventus, we scored 7 goals off of an XG of about 7. But they had about... Oh, I don't fucking know. Ticker! Thank you very much for the raise. You've come at a very tense time, my friend. It's the Champions League quarterfinals, and as usual, we are getting mugged off. Hopefully, we can turn this one around a little bit, though. Luckily, it's still a draw. Yeah, Mihovi's having a bit of a stinker, isn't he, really? But what can we do? We just got to hope for the best here. Right, there's so many runners beyond. Oh, so many options. One of them is Limburg. This time is no question about it. It is 3-2, and that's surely going to be given, I would say. Let me get a shout-out for Ticker while that's going on. Yep, awarded. Clearly onside. Those ones are always onside. We're back in front. Lindy does it again. Do go check out Ticker, guys. Did I not do that right? There it is. Thank you so much for raid. How was stream? Sorry, we've had a bit of a weird one today where we were just constantly conceding goals out of nothing and taking about 1,000 XG to score once. But luckily, today we are at the very least hitting our marks. Right, Alaku. Oh, Niakshu's been dreadful. You know what that means? Radojicic again. He seems to have a nice connection, and I might even get Mate on in there. Bit of a struggle. We'll leave it out of Ujo because I think this is going to help us. I reckon... okay. I think there's something about the way Radojicic plays with Araujo that just seems to work. Wesley, thank you very much for the prime. That is very, very kind of you. Please not like this. Not some weird short corner routine that I can't literally do. Like a short corner routine that is literally impossible as a player. Oh my god, thank Christ for that. Thank you so much for the prime, that's very kind. Like, you can do short free kick routines, but they don't do that, do they? They'll take it short and then they'll just run into them. I don't understand how they can do that. I've tried so many times to set my teams up to take them like that and they just do not work. It's very interesting though. Okay. Breathing space on top of the league, sick. Hopefully we can get a bit of breathing space in this tie. Oh, go on, stop it back across. Yes, go on, Stefan. Oh, big save, good stop. Okay, 10 minutes to go. 1 goal lead. We're certainly not making it easy. What year are we in? This is well, technically. Oh, good save again. We're in 2043, so we're in season 23 of the save, which just happens to be 2043. Oh, little man. Oh, cleared again. Okay, we should have someone come into that. Oh no, apparently not. Luckily, they've only got one guy up front. Good tackle. Well played. That was dangerous, but it was a pretty good tackle in the end. Okay. Sounds looking a bit tired too. We do have one sub left. Yeah, there is always. Do you know why that is, though? Do you know why you concede so many goals on FM from the second phase of set pieces? Because there seems to be like a time limit on the players. What I mean by that is that they won't retreat to their normal positions until a certain amount of time has elapsed. And it means that they will stay in their set piece positions for way too long. And that is why you often receive these random unmarked players, the second phase of set pieces. They really need to look at that for next year. Right, what do I want to do here? I want to get Sal off, really. Because he's just knackered. Right, and what I might do as well is just start to slow this down a little bit. Not overdo it yet, but just start to bring it to a shut, hopefully. And now we're into stoppage time completely. Can drop that down even more. Just slowly start bringing it to us, hopefully. Okay, it was hard work, and again, we were a bit muggy, but they were actually quite good in this game, in fairness. We managed to get the win, so we are in the Champions League semi-finals. Get in. Oh, yeah, we've been treated the whole game. Whole save, sorry, I should say. That was, again, closer than it should have been. Not this game specifically, the first. We should have probably won the first leg like 3-0, but you know what? We beat the Wemps. That's the main thing. We got those Wemps out of the way. Who are we playing in the next round? Oh, no, it's Man City. Vinicius, they got their striker sent off after 57 minutes. Admittedly, they were already down. But we were better than City last year, comfortably. So, I think we could take them. That's great news. What about Europa League, actually, before we... Not again. Stop it. You've just said that you were happy to stay. We don't need another new contract. Right. Check Europa League. So it's rain. Oh, great. It could be an all-Scottish final here. Hopefully, Tottenham do us a favor. Okay, no, never mind. Hopefully, Benfica do us a favour out of this. I'm just looking at the likelihood here. Benfica did put 11 goals past Ross County. So that's something. What about these? Anything going on here? No, okay, we're fine. Oh, dear. And coefficient-wise? Yeah, Scotland have started to gap us a bit more again, even though we're winning matches, although we didn't actually win that one. We've still had a 13.5 season, but Scotland are annoyingly have their best season in 4 years. So we may not get Scotland this year, but we'll probably get them next year, just on account of the fact that they all lose another good season and we're losing a bad, well, not a bad one, but an average one. They still have Mokoku up front for them at the moment. Holland retired, I think, by now. Vala's progress is good. Excellent. 16 composure now. I've got him working on his passing, which is why you can see that really trickling up there as well. But the fact that his comp is going up, and wow, he's got 16 acceleration now. I'm loving this. He's just getting better and better. If only he had better passing. That's the one thing he's missing. Oh, Pereira's got. Okay, good. He's still 5-star. Cool. Oh, dear. Okay. Dominguez is complaining. That's fine. 1,300 games in management. Who said fully British? What? Oh, right, okay, yeah. Devilist. Oh, yes, he can. Yes. Where is he? McSnow, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, he can go on the dev list. Won't make much difference yet, but once the window opens, sorted, bruv. Oh, what's Pog messaging me now? A picture of a doggo. I just get all pictures of dogs. It's great. It's one of my favourite things about M going places. I just get pictures of dogs in return. So it's 11 days till City. So that's the full strength. That's rotation. That's... Well, this one doesn't matter, actually, but... We're going to get this done. Today. Right. Insta. Boom. Going forward. We're not going for any specific years. That would be pointless. We've got an aim for the save, and that is that. The year is irrelevant. If we were to win... If we somehow came number one in the coefficients this year, then the save would be finished, but of course it isn't. 5-1, Sal, Lukacic, Araujo, Valev, and Chonjo Diaz. Is this sort of shaping up like normal now? It basically is still the same 5 teams. Sligo have done quite a good job at rebuilding, in spite of their idiocy. They're still morons, but they've done alright. Asawasa, thank you very much for the follow. I would say yes, it's worth learning, but what I would also say is that maybe don't need to learn it manually. So I use the RDF training schedules, and they've worked pretty damn well for me for the last 2 years. And I would... The reason that I think it's better to do them manually, or at least have schedules that you've built or someone else has built, is that I find that if you leave them to your assistant, they schedule way too much high-intensity training that will cause you so many injuries. You'll see that if you leave it to your assistant, they put loads of endurance training in there, which is fine and all, but you're going to get injuries with them putting that in there way too often. Brentford are having an academy again. Nice. I'll just keep this ticking over for the moment. Unless any of the next gen guys are on this. Oh dear. Laners. I couldn't care less about that. This guy here is way better than that. He's going to immediately be like 3 or 4 stars. No, maybe not 3 or 4 stars, but 3 stars when he joins us. He's so good. Really effective, yeah, but not in the middle of the season. Like, it's way too... Club World Cup, it might do, yeah. Although, the next one wouldn't be for another 3 years, so we'd have to wait. So, you ideally want 3 schedules, but you want no games, 1 game and 2 games. Although I, because of the RDF schedules, have one for international breaks, which is no games, but also pre-season ones too, which require a slightly different setup, usually anyway. I'm just going to keep scouting these guys for the moment. Let's have a look at Paya again. Sorry, Panya. Yeah, he's pretty decent, isn't he? These guys probably not, but oh well. Lane is now a D. That doesn't make any sense at all. Quickly showing the schedules. So if you do !mark training or !mark schedules, you'll actually find a link so you can download them. And RDF has a really good video about them as well, which will be far more entertaining than anything I could do. Here I am driving people away from my own content. Standard, isn't it? It's either schedules or !mark training. I can't remember exactly which one it is. That's the one, yeah. When's the semi? It is... First leg there. It's all right, we will get the semi done today, no matter what. That's why we're simming the other matches, so we can make sure we get the semi in. So either Tuesday we're doing yep. So either Tuesday's the Champions League final, or it's a just we're back in the Champions League again, hallelujah kind of thing. Which means I can play those games, or not play those. I do sometimes actually. Sometimes I'll just sit there and actually play matches even though I don't need to, just because I quite like watching the team. If we've only got a few games to get through off stream, I'll sometimes just watch them. Right, so this is full strength. Then it's rotate out for Sligo. And then full strength again for City, obviously. You got to get the semi in. Them's the breaks. What have we missed? So we are in the semi-final. Yeah, no, RDF is brilliant for this sort of stuff. Sim the final if we get... Just go full out. 3-0 win again. Ooh, the actually scored. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm going to wear. It'll be a vest final at this rate, I suspect. We're playing Cabinteely. Who's our top scorer this season? I don't think we've scored that many goals. It feels like we missed most of them. This is what I mean. Look, both strikers are underperforming their XGs this season, which is a bit of a worry. That's quite a lot as well. It's concerning. Hopefully he's not going to pull a Valencia on me. Hopefully it'll even out. It's still small sample size. Hey, Graham. Yeah, they will be sweaty messes. Well, I know that I have to stream on Monday night, but at least we'll be slightly cooler. I don't know if there's going to be a video Monday, honestly, because of how hot it's going to be here recording. So, yeah. Wesley, thank you for the follow.
2 blocks from here.
I love that you dropped a prime before you dropped a follow. That's very, very kind of you, my friend. Full suits for all finals? Absolutely not. If the final is on Tuesday, I'm not wearing a suit for it. It's going to be 38 degrees. Not in here. It'll be hotter than that in here. It'll be probably a low 40s, which is just not feasible. From a kind of health perspective to be in here in that. Thank you, Graham. So I'll probably be wearing a vest or something. Harv will finally get what he wants. What about a vest with a tie? I'll look like a Chippendale. It'd be brilliant. Yeah, I'll have to play it by ear on Monday as to whether there'll be a video or not. I'll have to see how hot it is. Because if it is 37, then that means in here when I'm recording... yeah. So the way I tend to play it is, with a stream, generally speaking, this room is like 4 to 5 degrees hotter than ambient outside temperature because of the stuff, and that's with the fan on. With a video, it's like 10 degrees hotter. So if it's 37 outside, it could get to the high 40s in here during a video, and that is not healthy. So we'll have to see. But I am going to figure out where to get the temperature back on screen again. Perfect. Nations have postponed games on leading up to the champ. That would be cool, actually. Like, I hated the fact that our Europa League final last night with Porto against Mitsubishi was 3 days after a league matches. No, seriously, it can be, because when I'm recording videos, I can't have fans on, so there's no circulatory air, and the doors always have to be shut because of noise. So it's just, yeah. The attic's always open. Well, not always open, but it is open. Yeah. But it doesn't make a great deal of difference. But again, with the fact that the door has to be shut because of noises and stuff, it's just, yeah. It's not ideal. What's this? If only that were a vest. I actually did try to get a customized vest made that was world's okayest vest, but the website, it was from Amazon, but they wanted to deliver it in 5 weeks. And even when I when they had like a express delivery, it was like, 1, it wouldn't have arrived on time, and 2, it would have cost me 15 quid. Not the vest, the delivery for the vest. Mark Pen and the plain vest. Well, she's hopefully getting me some vests today in town, so that will hopefully help. Valev, no. We'll go Bilbia. No, I don't want to start Boggy, actually. Radojicic can't start, so we'll start Morton, Corbett, Martinez, Neslo. That's fine. That's the game. That's the lineup we want. It feels like Christensen scores in every single one of these matches. I'm trying to think of the last time he played in a match and didn't score in it. This will, of course, now be that match. Yeah, it's just something about this. Because the sun shines through that window in the morning and it heats the room up, and then the room just holds the heat for the entire day. And it's just one of those things. It's only a couple of days, but yeah. Really? Sligo are magic. Well, there is central heating, but obviously that wouldn't be on. Hey, if we're going to get that kind of stuff, at least have it happen there instead of going to City. Was there a lot of yellows in that game too? We had 1, they had 5. It's only 6 in the grand scheme of things. It's not too bad. But they do remain... Wait, we're 3rd? We're actually 3rd in the league at the moment. Watch the board sack me. If we win both our games in hand, we will at least go top again, but only by a point. Damn, Dundalk are decent this year, as are Scamrock. Sorry, Shamrock. I have to start giving them a bit more respect now. You'll know if there'll be a video on Monday because I'll put a community post up on YouTube to see if there will be or not, basically. It's one of those sort of sorry in advance type of situations. I'll still obviously be streaming Monday night anyway, which will be, at least it'll be slightly cooler because it'll be the evening. Right, Man City scout report. Oh, they play a 4-4-2. Well, at least we know a way around that. Should we need to. Fuck, I'm just going to keep scouting all these guys right now. Disappointed with our league ranking. They have actually started dropping their opinion of me in the league once when we had like 6 games in hand because of European competitions. And the board were ranking me lower. We were only like 2 points off the top with the 6 games in hand. But the board were like, oh, you're just not performing that well. I'm like, mate, we literally couldn't have been top right now. It is physically impossible. Because I think at that point, Dundalk had won every game. Because there was a time when Dundalk won their first 13 league games of the season and were actually genuinely top. Only because we had so many games in hand on them, but it was still quite fun. Right, Man City, here we go. Etihad want him. Nope. Stally stall. We played Man City last year. In the knockouts. They knocked us out in muggy-ass circumstances. I don't know how we've only scraped through the 2 draws that we've had so far in the Champions League. We have been comfortably the better side in the ties overall, easily. And to only have gone through on penalties and by a single goal is kind of mad. Watch this be a tie now where we play like shit and go through like 4-0 winners or something. He says, hoping to God. Right, benchies. I want Bilbia on there. Kind of want Neslo on there too. I don't really need Choi Tae-hoon. I'd rather have Camps Pedersen, honestly, just because they actually play the system. I feel for them, I do, but that's what we need right now. Okay, Manea's in. Alakud this time for the bench, who you can see his performances have dropped a bit lately. I mean, you sort of can. Okay, so they've got Mukoko and O'Kane. O'Kane? How about Boggy? Was Boggy not on the bench? Oh, yeah, shit. What the bloody hell is he? Oh, there he is. It's because he's a winger. But he does have now got wing back. Yeah, I'll put him on the bench instead of... Actually, probably instead of Morton, honestly. We don't need 2 left wing backs on the bench. Oh, well, thank you for joining us, Kingra. Okay, let's get that sorted. You come at a good time. This is the Champions League semi-finals. Oh. It does feel like there's a lot more weird results in Europe. But maybe it's just our last few seasons. We need Nobby to be on it today. We need something. Well, Jack Pegg kind of pegged us last time, if you recall, because he's the one that scored the header from the edge of the area after we'd smacked them the whole game. But, okay, FM, if you're listening, if we're going to lose this tie, or this match, or whatever, just let it be because Manchester City create loads of chances, tear through us, and score some good goals. Don't let it be because they score loads of long rangers, we make loads of random errors that wouldn't appear in any other match, and we miss all our chances. Just let it be a normal match of football, for once. That's all I want. Just once. There we go. I've done the Lord's Prayer. Let's hope for the best. They've got a guy called Mazinga, which is worrying me. Also, again, notice the graphics have been fine today. Who's City's manager? I don't know, actually. We started them last season, but the thing is, this system actually is quite good against 4-4-2s. This is the semi-final. The other teams are all out, unfortunately. And annoyingly, Scotland have still got teams left in the Europa League. Well, this has been a dreadful start, but that's fine. If it starts to struggle still after like half an hour, I've got the plan B. Although... Is Company the manager now? Oh, he is, isn't he? Yes. Right, come on. Get there. Nice. Well done. That's good. It's been a bit of a weak start from us, but then what was I expecting at this point? Well, that's not a bad pass. Right, come on. Get a touch. Come on. Any of you? Any of you? Okay, that's fine. Sort of. Doesn't bode that well, though, that we were... Okay, that's fine. There we go. Poor touch from City randomly. Well, Scotland aren't going to jump to 6th because Scotland were already 6th. They're just going to keep the spot for another year, but they'll probably lose it next year. Ooh, what a... No, it's not a good pass, actually. Oh. Okay, keep the pressure. Nice. Wow. Sal was very far forward there, actually. He looks a bit offside to me, honestly. And he is. He is offside. He's off. He looks miles offside, actually. But you can never tell with these things. Yeah, not even close. But what I would say is we are not making particularly good ground at the moment with this current setup, but I'm going to push it through the middle in a bit. Come on. Oh, Sal, if you could knock us around the side for someone. He's looking good. Runs with ball often. Oh, well, this tactic has dribble less on it, so I don't really want traits that go against the tactic's entire ethos. And besides, I know that the tactic works, so I don't really want to do anything to adjust that right now. And Carlson does fine without that, so... And Valev's a better player. Oh, Doran. Sorry, why was I thinking about Valev? Araujo! That's offside. Sorry, I don't know why I thought you said Valev. Doran runs with the ball often, but again, it's a left-sided thing. Then again, Cloty does so well with it, doesn't he? So actually, not a bad shout. What's his dribbling like, though? Yeah, that's miles onside. Yeah, it's not even close. Lovely finish from Norby. So good for having both feet working. Really helpful. So 1-0. I'm still going to go through the middle, though, because that's where that chance came from. And we've created nothing else in this match up until that. And that's usually a sign. When you're playing against the 4-4-2 like this, and we're struggling to get anything going, go through the middle. Getting people like Thies Freeze to just play those passes through a little bit earlier seems to be the way. Oliveira, ball in. Knocked it down brilliantly. Really nice work. Here we go. Come on, Stefan. Find the pass. That's actually not awful. Wasn't the best pass either. Yeah, maybe that's not a bad shout. What does he... Dribbling's 14. Pace is decent. Natural fitness is solid. Stamina's good. Agility's high. You know what? Let's just sort this while I'm thinking about it, right? Oh, you can't do it in the... Why even let me into this menu then? I guess it'd be unrealistic if I could just ring up my coaches and be like, by the way, just a thought. Oh, dear. Well, that's a goal. How has that not gone in? Like, for real. How has that not gone in? The net sort of made weird movements there, like it was in, but then... Can you get back on side, for fuck's sake? What are you doing? Yeah, cheers, goal line technology. Why does it show goal line... Why doesn't the goal line technology thing show you the goal? Like, to me, it should be a top-down, like it shows with actual... Hawkeye thingy, but whatever. They really need to look at that as well. Okay, here we go. Oh my god. We've had one shot in this game. Let's not pretend that we're doing all that well, but we are winning. And we are due a bit of a mugging to go in our favour for once, I suppose. But I don't think we ever really get... We haven't had that for a while, actually, where we've had them go in our favour. You probably could have cut that out, honestly. Oh, for God's sake. Ah, good. Yeah, the problem with Saub is like, what do we do? Like, if he's not going to get back, I don't know, what do I do? Make him just a normal fullback? Yeah. It's a stupid tackle. Don't know why he did it. But it's weird, though, because Sal's having a better game, allegedly, than Niakshu is, even though he's not the one getting caught out constantly. It is weird, though. We just persist for it. Let's get to half-time and we'll have a look. Because currently, we've had one shot. It happened to be our goal, of course, but we have still only had one shot. We keep misplacing passes, although that was a good one. But we do keep misplacing passes, as is always the case when you play against the big sides. Your passing just seems to go to shit. Manea, here we go. Oh, whip it. Is he natural in that position? Who? We don't... I feel like Valev scores none of those, whereas Carlson does regularly. And maybe he's just got better heading. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, he's natural there. Well, I mean... Technically, no, but weirdly, even though I've trained people here for a while now, then none of them seem to be natural for some reason. I could always move him back, but I don't really want to touch anything, honestly. We're 1-1 at the moment. I know we're not playing particularly well, but... I think I'd rather just substitute him in the second half if he continues to play not badly. Yalafiets! Thank you for the 2 years. Wow, that is a lot of years.
2 years. Thanks for still bringing the great content, visage souriant.
Mathieu is sounding drunker and drunker by the minute, isn't he? He really is. I'm preparing ideas, but at the moment, I think I'm actually just like, leave it for now. Particularly as we are still drawing.
I open my...
And sometimes just a half-time bollocking can help. Weirdly. Nifmelin, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well as well. So, oh, by the way, if we were to get to the final, it would be Chelsea again. I mean, if we somehow did get away with a nil... Hang on, look, we're starting to creep back into this now. Right, Thighs Freeze is really struggling. Oh, he was struggling more. Right, Sal's actually... Right, fuck it, Boggy. Boggy, if we're going to have no defensive capability from that position, we might as well have someone who's better going forward, and Boggy is that man, as we saw last time out. Thighs Freeze is struggling a little bit, so I'm going to get... And he's knackered too. We'll get Alaku in there, and then we've got one more sub. And honestly, as much as Niachu's done well, I kind of still really like this weird partnership that Radojic and Araujo have, for whatever reason. Plus, having fresh wingbacks can't be a bad thing at this point. The second half seems to have definitely been better from us, without being spectacular. Okay. Play for the draw. Well, it's the first leg, so there's no point in playing for a draw in the first leg. At the end of the day, I feel like we could still create a chance that could win the match, and we might as well try and create that chance. Lindbergh, what a pass. Holy shit. Right, here we go. Can Radojic find the right ball? No. But I like where his head was at. He just couldn't quite find it. But I don't know if we're actually... This player might not be done yet, you know. We're putting a lot of pressure on City here. If they can't find the right out ball... Oh, they might have done now, actually. No, Radojic is still there. He's got it back again. There we go. Look at this man. He's suddenly just a new lease of life in this team. Radojic! He's offside. But you see what I mean about him? There's something about him in this team that... That must have been bloody close. Here he comes again. That link he has with Araujo. Picks it up again. Look at that ball. Square it. Are you fucking me? I think he might have to start the second leg at this rate. Bogdanov. Oh, cleared away. He might be a match engine player, as you say, yeah. Blocked by the Mohawk. Watch us now concede. Morales. Cleared? No, not cleared. Not cleared. Still not cleared. Okay, that's fine. Sir Lubin's got it. 3 minutes to go. Imagine if we did come up with a winner, though, in this game. The muggery would be real. I still think we could take them at home. But getting a good result away from home in the Champions League is so important. Right, Lindbergh again. Just get that ball to Radojic repeatedly, I'd say. Valev again. Oh, look at the runs. Oh, he should have delivered that pass a bit sooner. But we'll try again. Right, now look. Oh, Araujo. Norberto, he's got time, he's got space, and he's found the goalkeeper because, of course, he does. He's a striker on Football Manager 2022. Oh, no. This game should be finished. Are we about to concede with the last kick of the game? It does feel like that, doesn't it? Oh, why was that a highlight? Such a weird highlight. You know what? We weren't the best side in this game. We definitely improved in the second half. And Radojic, I'm going to start him in the second leg. There's something about the way he plays in this match engine. I'm actually going to praise the guys for that. We didn't deserve it, but finally got a result in the Champions League where we didn't deserve to get a result. Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, Volkan's still scoring for Chelsea. Yeah, the reason he's got a knighthood is because he saved the winning penalty against... he saved the penalty that got us through to the quarterfinal, which I realise is not the biggest thing, but... Oh, hang on, that's good news. Now he's natural there. All right, now I can do Niakshu as well. Has he got good enough? No, I don't think I'd want to give him that trait. But I wouldn't mind giving, like we said, Niakshu that trait. Maybe it could make Niakshu better. It might make him more of a match engine player. Right. It would be... is it movement or is it technique? No, it's movement, isn't it? Or like... Or is it just like... Runs with ball more often. That one, yeah? Okay. As much as it goes against our tactics slightly, we've seen how good Terry Clotey is with that trait. And he has the same kind of physical makeup as him. But... Yeah, to be fair, it makes sense because he's got the... He actually does have the right setup for it from a attribute perspective. So that does actually kind of work. Right. 1-1 draw there is pretty good, honestly. What about Scotland? How do they get on? I know they're going to be out of... I think that no matter what we do, Scotland will finish above us this year because they're going to have someone in the final, aren't they? Okay, Rangers actually won, and Spurs are doing us a favour, but that's only the first leg. And we only drew, of course, so the gap now stretches a bit further. Yeah, I think we'd have to win the second leg in some way. Why don't you use recovery after match? Because I don't. Because we have a system that works fine for us. We have rest. Yeah, basically. There's not any particular reason other than I just don't. I have a setup. I like it. No reason to change it. Ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's see. Emmett's first youth intake. It'll be September. Which means we might get the youth intake preview. Now, that'll probably come through in like June. Okay, we're going to pass FFP, which is good news. Matty got out on loan. You're the vice captain. I can't really... Oh, for God's sake. No, you're not going to be loaned. Compromise your career. Mate, you're 29 and you've been... I'm not going to loan you. I'm just not going to loan you. Yeah, so that's the thing. It's the RDF setup, so it does still happen. Sometimes I will occasionally add it in, but unless I have a desperate reason to, I don't see any point. We're going to rest the players out for this match anyway, so they're going to get a full week's rest in between. I think if we win the next game and the final, it might be enough for us to... Yeah. Yeah, Alaku's very inconsistent with this crowbar. One minute he'll go on a great streak of being able to crowbar everyone, and then he can't do shit. It's not what you want out of a crowbar. One that breaks all the time. Right, so Bilbia again. Arboleda, Radojicic, absolutely not. You are starting the next game, mate. I really think he's worth a try starting. I'll put Boggy in there as well. Chance to jump Scotland. I think technically maybe, but it's very unlikely. We'd have to win both the second leg and also the Champions League final, and then have Scotland not win any more matches, and I think it's unlikely. But it doesn't matter. We'll jump them next year anyway, because we're going to gain like 4 points on them next year just by playing, because they're going to lose a good year and we're going to lose a worst year. So we'll gain them. We'll beat them next year. It's no big deal. Plus, it still gets us that little bit closer to France and Germany, so it's fine. Right, that'll do. Hopefully, Christensen can score this time. Oh, that game it's approaching. For a cup. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Probably I should have added that in when I was not that it mattered in the game yesterday really, but would have helped us perhaps in the Juventus match. 5-1. There we go. Bilby at 2 for Christensen, 1 for Boggy, 1 for Hanish as well. Still not top of the league, but if we win both games in hand, we will just about sneak there. 2 red cards for Dundalk in that game, but 2 more goals for Unai Alonso. 5 caps. How many goals has he got this season already? Oh, because he's ineligible for the next game, isn't he? Yeah, Nobby does need to catch that up a little bit. At some point, he's going to have to start scoring more consistently for us. But I don't really think... I've come to the point now where I'm starting to feel like no matter who you've got up front, they're just going to miss the one-on-one opportunities repeatedly, over and over again. It feels way too much like FM20 again, which is a shame. Because it didn't feel like that. It feels like it's got worse as the game's cycle's worn on. Set-piece training? I don't know, honestly, at this point. I don't think it's going to make any difference or be noticeable in one match. Particularly not with how little we actually have in here. Helps one-on-ones. We've had players with lobs keeper. Most of the time, they end up dinking it over the bar every single time they get through on goal. I've had players with all sorts of PPMs that just... They seem to go on spells where they'll work for a little bit and then they just start doing the same thing again. I've noticed this on my other save. You have a striker, you bring them in, they'll be brilliant for a bit, and then they just go back to being able to miss every single chance. It's weird. Now, striking, again, we've had players with that trait, they don't do it. The issue is, it's not that the traits aren't effective, it's just that I find that the traits themselves don't get used all the time. They'll go through and goal, and they never seem to use the trait. You'll have... Wait, what? Oh, yay, we're going to have Augusto Perez, potentially. Tiger did fall off a little bit, yeah. Likes to mount the keeper. Now you're talking. Next match specifically, I know, but I don't think it's going to have an effect that's going to be that important for this one game. Oh, great. But Manea's injured, so that's good. I have a player. I actually do have a player on my other save with attempts overhead kicks. I've never once in the entire time I've managed the club seen him attempt an overhead kick. So, what's the point? Like, Christopher Carlson on my other save has that PPM. I've never seen him attempt one. Yeah. Honestly, mate, I've told you I'm going to sell you, but we're not in a transfer window. What do you want from me? Oh, yeah, I forgot he existed. Let's be honest. Because he's on a free transfer. Mate, then go. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. He's basically doing the whole, I'm going to leave. I'm like, okay, good. He's like, no, but I'm going to leave. I'm like, yeah, good. Yeah, I don't think it helps him at all. If anything, with the attempts longer range free kicks, I think that would be a hindrance more than anything. Training match only trait. It's basically might as well not exist then. Yeah, we've had players with likes to round goalkeeper, but they don't go around the goalkeeper. They still just hit it straight at the keeper. They just don't do it. Right, here we go. Second leg. Same lineup, but also not same lineup. Radojicic is in to start. This is a risk, I realise, starting him, but from what I've seen, I just feel like he does something at the moment that I'm kind of liking. Obviously, the action is still brilliant, but he's actually performed for us in Europe, and I'm willing to give him his chance based on that alone. Right, I want to sort this bench out, though. So I want Bilbia on it, obviously. I want Neslo on it instead of John Joe Diaz, and I want Boggy. Where's Boggy? Oh, there he is. There's Boggy. For Choite Hoon. Okay, cool. Places shots. No, I've had places shots. They place their shot right at the goalkeeper. Like, okay, put it this way. You're not going to suddenly come up with a PPM that I haven't seen before. Like, let's put it that way. We've had strikers with every PPM you can imagine. They still hit it straight at the goalkeeper, basically, every time. It's... You just have to play around it at this point. I've given up trying to find ways around it beyond, like, just having other players score goals. I think your best bet is just have other players that can score goals. Like, the thing is, when your strikers go clean through on goal, they just miss. Or hit the goalkeeper most of the time. But when I find that you have a midfielder that goes through on goal, they tend to shoot slightly earlier from the edge of the area while there's still defenders around, and those seem to go in way more often, for whatever reason. Take, for example, Thijs Fries's hat-trick against Juve in that 5-4, and many other examples of that. It's just, yeah, one of those things. I can't do a Hulk Huger right now because it will bugger up the match engine for this game. We'll do it afterwards. Do you need Stojanovic and Boggy on the bench? Well, I mean, who else would we have on the bench then? That's my point. Like, of which of these guys is going to... Maybe Mate, but we've got Neslo. I guess we can have that, but... Oh, dear. So, yeah, they do, but, yeah. Rick rolls. Now you're talking. That'll be fine. How to play with shots with power, shots from distance. Yeah. Yeah, obviously you don't want it to be broken, but I would still like it to be... Like, at the end of the day... You shouldn't have a football game where the most high-quality chances, not the most high-quality, but generally speaking, you don't get a lot of goal line tap-ins in real life all the time. Those are obviously the biggest quality chances, and those do go in most of the time. But clean through on goal is about as good a chance as you're going to get most games, and 90% of the time they are missed. Whereas you'll score a headed goal from a corner, very rarely in real life, but you seem to score a ton of them in FM. That to me is not balanced right, but whatever. It's about this. They're playing the 4-4-2 again. We're still going to start off with our normal thing. It is sad seeing him there, but, you know, I can't force him to be better. He had his time at this club, and he is brilliant, but I feel like we're now in Lukacic's zone. He is just that little bit better, and he's younger. He's got everything going for him. Long shots were OPSL. Do you remember on FM 19, I think it was, or FM 20, when deflected shots were absolutely ridiculous? So if you basically had your defense too deep, every shot would go in from your opponent because they would deflect too much. You just constantly concede deflected goals. So you had to play a certain type of defense to get around that. I remember on my Fulham save, it was utterly appalling. There's always little things like that every year. It was like FM20 where strikers couldn't finish and wingers always hit into the side netting. They got rid of the side netting thing, and in FM21 strikers could finish again. But now they, yeah. No, it's back again. He's okay in Irish. He's Scottish. Came through at Hibs. Right, here we go. All the marbles. And again, no graphics issues. It's the crowd. I'm telling you, it's the crowd. I didn't even restart my computer before stream today. It literally is that, Leaf, yeah. Okay, Radojicic, show me the goods. Show me why I've picked you. It might still require us... oh yeah, I'll sort that in a sec. It might still require me putting on the thing through the middle again. Because I think that did actually make us better in that game. What on earth? Although, nice interception from Navio. Here we go. Radojicic is moving forward. Nice. Ah, it's not a good pass, though. Yeah, I think it's the crowd. The rain doesn't seem to be the issue for me so much as it is the crowd. Although we maybe haven't played a game in the rain yet today because it has been summer the whole time. We'll give it like 20 minutes as it is. But Sal's actually started quite well. Lindy, come on. Oh, nice run, actually. Sal's made a good pass. Oh, go on, Valev. There's runners. He's going to go alone. It's a tight angle. He's decided to... okay. Okay. Not quite sure what the idea was there, but sure. That was very bizarre. What he tried to do there. He went deeper and deeper for seemingly no reason. Although City are down to 10 men temporarily here. Because Oliveira is standing on the sidelines. Limburg! Yes! He's actually scored. But you see what I mean? Those ones there will go in. But great, we'll take it. Come on. Treaty 1, City 0, Ali fucking Limburg with a great finish. Lovely ball. Very similar to the first goal we scored. Like that in the first leg. Almost identical to the one that Araujo scored in the first leg. I might just keep the tactics as it is, actually. We're playing a bit better in this game. Oh, God. Insta highlight, maybe? No, we've got to have faith. We're doing well. Got a bit fortunate in the first leg, but we are better at home. It was a good cross from Valev. He's playing more... that passing of his is going up. He's really improving. Uh-oh. Come on. Please don't just let him run all the way through on goal. What a save. Or did I hit the post? Jesus. We don't have anything for scouting yet, Thomas. I'm making the video for that this week, so that'll be up next weekend. And then we'll have a command for it, but at the moment we don't. But what I'll tell you this is under 21 and under 21, under 29, under 29? Oh, God. Okay. Under 21, under 23, under 19 national teams. That's where you want to be. Yep, so we insta highlight. So that's good. We score and then immediately concede. Because, yeah. Ah, dear. Radojic is not having the best game, actually, as it goes. But it's back to 2-2. Watch them mug us off now in the second leg. There is a lot more insta-highlight goals. I noticed it a lot with Sidioska too. We seem to score, and then there's almost immediately a chance to score. It does happen in real life occasionally, but in FM it happens way too often, yeah. You will see sometimes teams will just get the ball and go back down the other end and store. Maybe once a season. Across the whole of, like, the European leagues. Whereas you'll see it happen 4 or 5 times per season in each league. It does, yeah, but maybe it's because of players' positioning from the kickoff itself. I don't know. Valev, right, knock it around the side. We need a run now. We're still looking good. Oh, there's the ball again. Out of Ujo. Limburg's in again. He's done it again. Because he took that extra touch means you know they're going to score. When he goes that little bit deeper, great goal from Limburg again. It's 2-1 to Treaty United now. 3-2 on aggregate, and we're back in front. What a header, by the way, from Norberto Araujo. That right there. Look at this header. To nudge that into the path of Limburg. And, yeah, great finish. Lovely goal. Lovely header. Lindy's been absolutely on it today. Dragon's struggling a little bit, but we can always substitute him in the second half if need be. But Lindy has been having the game of it. He's been having a game. The game is happening and he's in it. How about that? Make it more entertaining? Probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Look at some of the results we get in Europe. I say results, like just the overall score lines we seem to see in these European games. Freezy's in. Oh, what a goal! It's 4-2. Thighs Freeze. He's still our top scorer this season. He's got 9 already this year. Treaty 4, Man City 2. Okay, this is the first time, I think, in the whole of the knockouts of the Champions League that we've actually had breathing space in a match. More than a 1-goal lead in a single game. Sorry, Sebastian Hansen-Paulsen. My apologies. It's all about the Vikings today. Our centre mids have been running the show. But that's because they're not strikers. Of course. That's why CMAs are so overpowered on FM this year, because strikers can't score. So it's going to make it look like they're good because they're the only players that can score goals. Nobody's tracking this runner. Are we going to concede another insta-highlight here? Please don't. Rice. We've been good. This is going to top bins now, isn't it? Oh, good save, Lubin. Good save. It's a long way out, and he should still save it, but then you never can tell. Morales' ball, and it's cleared. And we... Oh, no, don't have a guy there. Sir Lubin, indeed. He's going to shoot again. Do you reckon Jamiliao has, like, long-range... He does love a long-range popper, doesn't he? I suspect that he might score one of those in the second half. Yeah. 3-1. They've basically had... They've had chances, but they've all been from range, clearly. We've been the better side. 3-1? Absolutely not. We should not have scored 3 goals in this game, but... You know, they probably shouldn't have one either. I suspect we're going to concede an absolute clanger in the second half at some point, yes. Radojic, though, picked it up a bit as the game went on. Okay. Going to Bayern? No idea. Do you know what? I couldn't care less. Genuinely, I could not care less if he's going to Bayern or not. It has nothing to do with my club or any teams I give a shit about. So, like, it just wouldn't affect me at all. Oh! Well, I don't know. Big football transfer like that, I just no longer care about them at all. We're doing well here. We're putting the home performance in that I was hoping we would get, you know? I'm a Fulham fan, Mick Snow. Hence the Fulham Hawaiian shirt. I realise it's kind of subtle. You can't actually see the logo from here. Okay, Dragons just started to struggle again a little bit. But I think now might be a time for Dorin. And then... No. What am I doing? I might just leave the other subs, honestly. No reason to make subs for the sake of it. The only reason I took him off is because he was performing slightly worse than his counterparts. And we have a player like Dorin Niakchu on the bench. It's nice to be able to bring him on, innit? Limburg, here we go again. Oh, look at the build-up. Oh, slip it back through. What a run from Valev! It's 4. It's 4. Treaty United 4. Man City 1. Chaps and chapesses, I'm fairly certain that Tuesday is going to be a Champions League final. I told you, this tactic just does it in Europe. We had a bit of luck in places. And then again, we got what we deserve. So lovely ball from Lindy. Left foot as well for Valev. Come on. Well, we've had a Champions League final before. But I think it just needed to... It needed us to change the system to make things work like last time. It's a lovely build-up. We've been excellent. We've got 20 minutes to go. City need 3 goals in that period. Touch wood. We're looking at... Oh, it'll be vest. Yeah, there'll be no suits on Tuesday. Promise you. Not at 38 degrees. Hell no. Boiler suit. It will feel like it no matter what I'm wearing, honestly. Oh, what a header. We've been the better... To be fair, we outplayed a lot of the teams we played last year, Marco, but we still lost. But this year, thankfully... although apparently Pog is saying that nowhere has any vests at all. So that's fucking fantastic. It's the middle of summer. We are owed one. Oh my god. To be fair, we've been the better side in this game. It's not like we've been lucky to win this game. We were lucky to draw the first game, I'd say. Oh, Limburg for the hat-trick. What a goal. This is what I mean. What a goal from Alexander Limburg. A hat-trick from him. All of absolute pearlers. But, yeah, if he'd gone clean through, he wouldn't have scored any of these. Oh. Look at that. Just opens his body up, pings it in for a hattie, and we're 5-1 up against City now. Come on. Lovely stuff. Under the lights, nah. It still has to be during the day. Because the reason my schedule is the way it is because it's very congested at night in terms of content online. Valev, oh my god. It's 6-1. We're 6-1 up against Manchester City. Oh, chew on that, you wemps. Oh, lovely news. It's 6-1. Very fortunate there, though. Because that hits the post, I think, from Valev's head. What a cross from Niakchu. Lovely header from Valev. Hits the goalkeeper and Araujo just pops it home. Oh, I'm always under the lights. 6-1. This is our biggest ever... And we don't deserve to win the game by as much as we have, but think of how many goals we haven't managed to score lately. There you go. Treaty United 7, Manchester City 2 on aggregate. Come on! I am excellent, Zombiecraft, because this right here was the Champions League semi-final, and we just put 6 past Manchester City. Oh... It's like all that built-up energy has just come out. 7-2 on aggregate. Get on. Stick that up, you wemps. Lovely. I'm excited about that now. That's beautiful. We will play Chelsea again in the Champions League final. It's Dr. Zombie. True. Dr. Zombiecraft. My apologies. I realise I should address you by your full title. You need to get an MBE. So it's Benfica versus Celtic in the final. So at the very least... See, I told you Tottenham would I told you Spurs would Spurs it up. Every time. Zombie MD sounds like a show that would have aired on NBC like 10 years ago. Full match final, of course. How will I celebrate? We haven't won it yet. I'll celebrate by cheering really loudly. 10 million quid. Club World Cup. Chelsea in the final. Oh, dear. So what does that do for coefficients? Obviously, they'll have... No matter what happens, we can't. I think you still only get the equivalent of a draw as a bonus if you win the Champions League. So a win would take us to 0.7. The draw bonus would take us to 0.9. And as a result, even if they lost the final, we'd be losing it on the 0.05, I think, unless there's a bigger bonus for winning the Champions League. It was 0.2 that was the bonus for winning the Conference League and the Europa. But we'll see. Our best player? Oh, easy, mate. Dortmund in the final. Nice. I think Celtic will probably win it as well. So we'll get them next year. We will get 6th spot from them next year no matter what happens, because they'd have to have a whopping great season or have us have a really awful season in order for that to be the case. I still think starting the action was... starting Dragon was the right thing there, but he just didn't... Maybe he's just better off the bench, honestly. Worst player? Worst player. Probably still Doran, isn't it? He's absolutely filthy. That's the thing. We'll get them next year, and we'll make a bit more ground up on France and Germany. It's not the end of the world. Scotland is OP entirely because it was the highest playable league switched on, so that's why Scotland's so good. But it has been quite fun just having a different rival in it. He did get more value, didn't he? I wonder if that's changed. Yeah, annoyingly, I don't have all of my views have now been gone. They've all been wiped away because of that stupid mistake. So only he seemed to get a value bump. Everybody else's values are still toilet. Like, just absolute toilet values. Limburg is worth £11 million. Bullshit. Is he worth £11 million? He's phenomenal. I can't wait till we finally get realistic values on our players again. That'd be nice. I think we need 4th for that. Although 5th sometimes gets you at 2. I reckon it was 5th that got us the good values with Tromsø last time. So the Conference League final is Atalanta versus Sevilla, which is quite a sick one. Can you download your own views? No, because so I've got the analysis view. Luckily, because I'd obviously exported that, that's fine. But I lost all of the contract views that I had. I've obviously got a new one that I made for the national team scouting, so that's kind of fine. But they all just disappear if you reset things to default, apparently, because God forbid. So Classic Arts in Netneck, he's on a new coaching course at the moment, slowly trying to work his way through. Oh, I can do the Hulk Yoga now. Kawasaki Frontal, Grampus 8. Oh, hang on. Did that. Haven't done that. Done that. Right. Yeah. So we're going to sort out a Hulk Yoga. Now that we're out. But notice, chat, not a single issue with graphics card, other than like occasional processing gaps. But that's FM. That's literally FM's fault. But in the matches, we've not had a single glitch today at all. And I think it's the crowds. So if you ever run into issues with glitching, turn your crowd down. That seems to make more of a difference than anything else. Oh. See, now you can see the Fulham badges on my Hawaiian shirt. No pee break, I know, which is a bit worrying, actually. It makes me think I've not been drinking enough, honestly. I've had extra drinks, it's been coffee. Guy at Chelsea come through. No, we didn't.
It's good.
Which is weird. Rob Hunter, thank you for the follow.
In winter,
yeah.
It can get
save your crowd numbers, enjoy your FPS, is all I'll say on that one. The crowd does look slightly different when you do it. I noticed it yesterday in my video when I first loaded into a game, because I tested it before. They were very... I assume it's Nagoya Grampus, or is it... Oh, regardless, there's unfortunately nothing I can show you, because Japan seems to have reverted to nothing, unfortunately. I'll refund your points on that one. There is a Fulham badge on that shirt. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Rob. Whoa, what the hell was that? Rob, thank you so much for the tier 1. Wow. That just follows and immediately drops to tier 1. That's so unbelievably nice of you, Rob. Can we get some sub hype, chat? I know we don't do this very often, but can we get some sub hype for the new tier 1? That's so nice of you. Let me just show you the shirt. Sponge Murphy, thank you for the follow. Right, yeah, so it does have Fulham badges on it, see? We found it on a website a couple of months ago on stream. Someone sent it to me. And I was like, yes. By the way, they make them for other clubs as well. There's a Blackburn one, which is pretty poggy as well. McSnow now with the Prime. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you very much, my friends. That's very, very kind of you. Have something I think you'll find amazing, though. Oh, okay. Now you've intrigued me, Rob. Do tell. Our Rob quota today has not entirely been met, so actually I'm glad you're here. Oh. Wow. That's perfect. Different clubs for one shit. Yeah, they're so good, honestly. Nature's progress. He's made more progress. Begin to get to grips with his working on his new trait. That's exciting. Sorry, Carl Dempsey. No, he's 47 now. Yeah, he's going to be one of the best. He's going to get Team of the Year for World Team of the Year at some point soon. He's got 27 caps for Romania already. No goals, but like, if he just didn't have that big matches and injury prone, my God. It's been far too... No, I like positivity, but I also like Rob. Good affiliates. Some of them have got Spanish teams as their senior affiliates, but that's about it. Moved to America and started refereeing and had some games with these brothers who were from Albania. Here's one of them, true story. Okay. No way! That is sensational work there. This is Fat on Cake. Incredible. It's interesting that it has the J. Because the guy that we found, of course, was just called Fat on Cake. But I assume it's pronounced exactly the same way. But was our guy maybe like a misspelling and that's why it came through so strangely? His brother is called Fiznik Cake. I can't... Chat, I feel like some days... Do you ever wake up one day, right? Look out the window, stretch, rub your eyes, and then just go to yourself... Am I missing something in life by not being Albanian? And it's times like this when I really do think to myself, yes, I am missing out. I'm missing out by not being Albanian at this point. Handsome gentleman as well. If I ever need any of these, bankruptcy law, probably the most likely. Elder law in case I finally go senile. Personal injury in case Pog gets really angry at me. Brother called Eat Some. Next time isn't going well. I'm gonna need something, otherwise I literally have... I might have to wear a pajama vest to stream on Tuesday at this rate, but that would look really weird, and it's not the kind of thing that's particularly cool either. Like, it's pretty woolly. First team football. You know what, John Joe? You do you. I don't know why you're still here. What a lovely day. Nipple tassels? Perhaps, yeah. I'm just going to decline. I'm a hard ass like that. Not again. We're in a Champions League final, chat. Oh. A reasonable bid. Fine, if a reasonable bid. What's a reasonable bid? This is what I mean. This kind of shit. £6 million for Palanek Mate. Piss off. And then the only option you have is to upset them, because the game will not give you a reasonable representation. It's just utterly mad. £6 million for Palanek Mate. I know that it says that, but like, come on. It could be his contract is coming to an end, but this is just absurd. Promise they wouldn't come in time. What's going wrong in the league? Why are we third? Oh, because we've got games in hand. We have drawn a couple of games, actually, but we are still third because we've played less matches than everyone else. We've been busy getting to the Champions League final. Through the Irish League. They're really fun, Sponge Murphy. I've had a great time in Ireland this year. It's been fantastic. Decathlon. That's not a bad shout, actually. Like I said, I tried to get one online from Amazon, but the delivery was like 5 weeks. I know it was personalised, but, you know. She needed to come quickly. I mean, it's Saturday now. I'm going to need it by Tuesday. In fact, I need it before Tuesday because it has to be there for Tuesday. What was the affiliate? We've got some pretty sick affiliates. I want to do that thing again. I think that Valev's going to be like that guy that we look at just to show attribute progression. I'm going to do it again. Oh. That is absolutely sexual. Look at the state of this development on Valev. I've just realised how good he's become. Up 5 on long shots, up 6 finishing. He had 8 finishing when he joined the club, and he's got 6 finishing now. His composure's up 3, anticipation's up 4 as well. Off the ball's actually not gone up because it was already insane. His positioning, his vision has gone up by 3. Even his speed has increased for a guy that's 6'5". He's got 15 pace. How old is he now? Oh, that's right, 19. Serbian guy, still top prospect. Which Serbian guy? I'm not sure which Serbian guy you mean. I'm trying to think of the best Serbian player we've got. I guess it's Radojic. He's pretty good. Yeah, I was going to say, technically you need it Monday. Oh. Technique up. It's just everything. Oh, Bilbia. Bilbia's Dutch. Or is he Dutch? No, he came from a Dutch club. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Top prospect at the moment is... Yeah, it is still Bilbia. And you're right, he is Serbian. I'm an idiot. Oh, look at that. He's pretty good too, isn't he? I mean, he's Valev B. He's just Valev, but slightly worse. Like, he hasn't got quite the same composure. He's nowhere near as quick as Valev, but he's also a year younger than him and just isn't quite there, but he's a hell of an understudy to have. I think I've got him training DLF. Yeah. We've got him on that final third to try and bump these up a little bit. I had him on quickness training for ages, but it wasn't really doing much. Train him as a CM. No. Because I don't think he has the mobility for it. Plus, I want him to be... We need another Valev type player. And it's nice to have a backup for him that's actually the same mold of player. Whereas, yeah, we don't really have a lot of other deep line forwardy type players. So actually having another guy that can play that role effectively is useful to have. Even if he's not the best, he's still very good. We do need to find some new CMs. But one of the other guys we're looking at, one of the new boys coming in, is a CM, isn't he? Oh. Okay. Because we've got Vaj hopefully joining us, and he's a pretty good CM. 12 Composure's pretty solid, actually. Plus he's only 19. Who else is joining us? Oh, we've also got Lane, remember? Yeah, no, I can't believe that he was rated as a D. He's fine. Great determination. He's very, very solid indeed. And it's called Lane. Things you like to see. Oh, what about Shitovsky? Again, how? How did those two things coincide with each other? And the Portuguese guy, true, yeah. I forgot about Scott Terry. And there's also João Carvalho as well. Again, solid as hell. Love that. Yeah, future transfer arranged with us. Right, okay. So, you might notice that two, in particular, clauses have come up here, Chateau. That being for a Murdic, who is still potentially worth 50-odd million pounds at Chelsea. And Octavio Solis, who is worth probably slightly less. I get the feeling we might be about to make some insane amounts of money. How much do you reckon the clauses are worth? Because I'm going to sell them both probably right here, because that's why we put them in there. I can't trust that they're going to actually sell them properly. We need that money now. Well, we don't need the money now, but I'm going to get the money now. CM on attack. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. We'll have to retrain him, of course. Yeah, so with the Champions League final on Tuesday. Come on. What's the bet gets massively undervalued? Right. What? 9 million quid? For a 50% of next sale when he was worth. What about Solis? 14 million quid. No? So basically it's less than half of the original amount. There, which we would get more of if they actually sold. Now, obviously, you have to have the set. Yeah, I think I'll sit on them for the moment. What about a Murdic? The reason I'm asking the agent is so we can at least see their... there you go. Hang on, sorry. If he's worth 38 to 48... If you would want 38 to 43 million pounds, how is a 50% of next sale fee class only worth 9 million to you? Blair, thank you very much for the follow. Weird. Yeah, that's an absolute joke. Usually they're not worth exactly the amount. They're usually worth a little bit less, but that's not a little bit less. It should be like, problem is they aren't playing him. Well, that's not my fault. As in, my point is, if they're claiming that that's what he's worth, then I'm going to claim that he's worth, then half of what he's worth is 20 million, not 10 million. That's my point. If they were going to sell him and they were going to expect that amount of money for him, therefore half of what he's owed would be more like 20 million, not 10. But, which is usually what you get, roughly. Usually you get just under half is usually what they buy it from you for. So I think we'll keep an eye on that for now. I don't think I'm going to sell that at the moment. I think we can get that up. If it goes above 15, I'd be probably considering it. And with Solis, I think if it went above 20, I'd probably consider it. Given that his one is a bit more closer to that. Well, should we just get rid of the Solis one now? That would take the total fee to over 50 million. Finances are fine. But remember, by holding on to them, you also have the potential to lose them entirely. We've got 54 million in the bank, because obviously we're getting all the extra Champions League money at the moment, so we've got all sorts of cash flying, and we're actually gaining money despite this. So I'm going to head off in a minute as well, Silver, because it's Saturday, and we've kind of done all we can do at this point. Chelsea's transfers will just say, how many strikers have we bought this year? Let's see. Julian Stefan's still the manager. They spent 182 million this year. They bought these two off of us. They bought Zeng paying off of Dortmund. They've still sold more than they've bought this year. Got Jason Williams from United for 42 million. They are selling though. True. Oh, they actually sold Max Roy to Porto. The guy that played against us in that lane. And Gavin Rothwell. Oh, that's a loan. Never mind. And of course, they also sold Vinicius Rodriguez to Real Madrid. They sold Dutiga. Did they really? How much for? Oh, it's a loan. But he's joining Rangers on... There you go. That right there is why you don't hang on to them for too long. We sold this clause. So we sold him to Chelsea for £10 million, and then another £6 million on top, I think it was the clause I got for him. If I'd have held on to that, we would have got nothing. That's the beauty. The score against City, in the end, the two legs, the aggregate score was 7-2 to us. We beat them 6-1 in the second leg, which is mental. But we finally got a game where we just started scoring goals. We didn't deserve as many as this, but Limburg and Threezy were just absolutely on it in this game. And the only goal that City scored was a penalty. So the only reason they were even anywhere near this in this match. Hang on, how? Oh no, it wasn't a penalty, was it? No, it wasn't. It was the goal straight. There was a penalty in the first leg. They were nowhere near us. Yeah, it was the first leg that was the pen. Right, let me just save this here, otherwise I'm going to forget myself. Yeah, we robbed them a bit in this first leg, and we flattered ourselves in the second leg. But honestly, given some of the performances we've had up until that point, we were absolutely owed those goals. We're probably still underperforming in terms of statistics at the moment, I would suggest. Like, Araujo is still under that. Valev is still under it as well. Luckily, others have made up for themselves a little bit, but not really by much. We're playing Chelsea in the final, yet again. So we've got a lot of work to do there in terms of trying to sort ourselves out and maybe finally bloody win one of these things. But we will see. So that will be Tuesday's stream. It's going to be hot as fuck. I'm not going to suit up fully or at all probably because it is going to be 1,000 degrees in here because it's Tuesday of all places. But maybe the suit will... Maybe the suit was a bad luck charm. Maybe what we need is vesticles. Maybe that will get us what we need. So, on this afternoon, who am I going to raid? Actually, I think I know exactly who I'm going to raid. It's a certain Viking. Do it for the rest of the weekend. Sitting down and doing sod all. Tomorrow's my one day off. So, I'm probably just going to chill. And that's fine, you know? So, we're going to raid Viking Dan. Because, of course we are. It's Dan. I haven't raided Viking Dan in ages. Dead cat, or maybe. Ooh. I'll see you Monday night as well, though, chat, because remember, we've got the Super League games on Monday night, which is going to be really, really fun. There may not be a video on Monday, depending on the heat. We'll have to see, but there definitely will be a stream on Monday night. God. And then stream on Tuesday, of course, which will be the final. It's going to be awesome. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you had a good time. I've had a good time. And I'll see you guys soon. Let's go say hi to Viking Dan. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.